Hello and welcome to the stream. It's Hunter Maury here with Brescia FC and Football Manager 2022. We're here to get year 10 started. And if you notice, not just the date, but also the squad. We have made some moves. I did the off season on my own, essentially, kind of to speed up the process. It took me probably 6 hours yesterday, so that would have been like 2 streams just to get to this point. It's a lot. It was a lot of wheeling and dealing when we had kind of very little budget to go. We really had to make some tough choices to start to diminish the squad and maximize the money. There's a couple moves that we could make, but I don't really want to make. I think ultimately we'll see how that goes as we continue moving forward. Because it was so busy, I'm going to spend probably a long time. But again, condensing maybe 6 hours into like 1 hour? I don't know. I'm kind of hoping to speed it up a little bit. Plus, we get a little extra time on this stream, able to start it a little early thanks to Labor Day here in the U.S. But I'll probably spend a lot of time recapping the off season here. I've also gone through kind of with the extra long weekend that I had, was able to actually get things up and running on the YouTube channel. So hopefully all of year 9 by the weekend, by the time we're really into year 10 and getting some streams started for year 10, all of year 9 is going to be up. And hopefully that gives me a little buffer to maybe get this one stream up, get the other one. I think Thursday's streams will probably just stay streams and not necessarily get on. Maybe not this game, but maybe the next game. If we're trying anything else in the future, could get on some of those lists. But at the moment, we're just going to play a little bit of Brescia. The YouTube channel is going to stay mostly Brescia. So to get started, I'll go position by position, and I'm going to start in the attack. Our strikers. So we're pretty much keeping all of our strikers. I know Jan Valeta is kind of in a interesting spot. Where we've made a lot of cuts at striker is in this range. Our youth prospects, we've sold some of those guys that were kind of approaching their last year. Guys like a Pasquarello, where they're probably not gonna be, like, even though we have a pretty good setup, I think I haven't been doing enough in the past couple of years, and we'll talk about a couple of guys that affected, I think, and just getting some of this wood that's not, it's not dead wood, but it's not really ever gonna be a full-blown tree for our roster at the same time. So I think we've done a good job of thinning out, getting rid of a couple of the young strikers. I think Oma Bono, if I remember, pronouncing his name correctly at all. I think he was probably the most promising of the sales, but that we had. But ultimately, I think he could get goals somewhere, but I don't think that he's going to get goals at Serie A level. He could maybe be a decent goal scorer for a top tier, like a mid-tier team somewhere. I forget who picked him up, but yeah, so I think that's going to be a strategy moving forward, is making sure these guys, like next year, Santa Mazzaria and like Pasquarello. I'm going to keep saying that, but it's definitely cutting out some syllables. Pasquarello. We're probably going to move on from those two guys. You also see guys like, we never signed even though he has some potential, Jean Dieng. just is bad. He's bad. That's as much as I can say. So, but so he just probably won't sign the youth contract. So we're not going to get any profit out of him. Otherwise, the starting four are expected to stay the same. The one exception could be if we're looking to raise funds, which I don't know that we are. But if we're looking to raise funds, Mohamed Yenner could be one of those guys on the trade block, because we brought him in for like 11.5. I think, yes, with like a 30% sell-on fee or whatever, or profit from next sale clause. But it could be, $20 million right now. We're also only making, so that's actually, I should say that the big story of the offseason was we started with only 55 in a year where we needed to sell because the board wasn't going to invest very much. We started in a okay financial situation, what the game called okay financial situation. We then got our prize money, and then we went up to secure in terms of our financial situation. And I wish I kind of tried to do some things in that window where we were secure after prize money. I just didn't. I thought prize money was kind of considered in the okay, like, oh, we know we have some money coming in. But then, so the only thing that came from that was I was able to start retaining more from, and I think this board is pretty stingy. I think they were giving us 100% for a while for transfers, but I think ultimately they're pretty stingy with that, and probably have always wanted it to be like 70%. But now with the sales this year, we were only getting 70% back. I don't think I sold anybody at 55%. I think everything was 70%. But it doesn't mean that we've made a ton of money, necessarily. We've made a lot of sales, but ultimately what all that did was push us from secure in the finances to rich. And another big reminder is that we are going to be playing in Mario Rigamonte for at least a couple of months into the season, as our new stadium is not quite ready yet. So I do think that means we aren't going to be able to maximize. I think the effect of that is we're not going to be able to sell the extra season ticket holders, which sucks. So we're on the same cap of season ticket holders that we've had the last, the whole series, but we've been hitting that cap for the last 5-6 seasons, so that's a big one. But Yenner is kind of the last piece of if we're going to sell. And none of my young strikers were very good. I think the strategy here would be, if we wanted to make that sale, which I'm kind of thinking we maybe make some more of those sales next year when maybe our financial situation's a little more stable, or we at least understand the financial situation post stadium construction. So I'm kind of thinking to hold on to a couple of these big money youth profit guys for next year. If we need to raise funds again, I've already thinned the team to about as thin as I'm willing to go, right? But it is what it is. So not too many changes here. I think you'll see one big change is Jan Valeda was listed, as well as he is out on loan. Particularly, we are flooded with media. Oli's like Oli French 1. Oli from Han. Welcome in. Did I miss anything? Welcome in, Ollie, I guess. How are you doing? And then I've lost my train of thought. Oh, I'm going to my next position. So just so you know, I'm recapping. I did a lot of off-season work in the in yesterday, just on my own, not on a stream. So recapping it for anybody who does keep up with this. It doesn't exist. But just in case. So in my advanced midfielder position, we are looking to move on from Jan Valeda, just because his salary was too high for what he has become for the squad. I think he has really good numbers or attributes, but he hasn't really performed at an incredible level. Maybe hasn't gotten enough chances too, which could be more on me. But ultimately, I think particularly like you're looking at this year, a lot of substitution appearances out of that group. So we look to move on from him. He does have a future buy clause, which I imagine they will take just out of value. I kind of hope they don't pick it up, but I would be surprised if they don't. But I just don't think he's going to become the incredible player that we had. The good news is that we've kind of manipulated the system, and we will have Oscar Cueva as our advanced or our attacking midfielder. And I think he's a pretty good player who doesn't really have a negative, is a pretty big workhorse. And I've just really liked what he's done for us. He kind of convinced me. Now he's getting paid a lot, but that's kind of why we can't have his backup also be on 10 mil. But Cueva wasn't going to come our way, but I think we scared off everybody with setting a high transfer value, which I think he was very okay with the transfer number. And so ultimately, a lot of the big suitors like Chelsea and some of more of those English teams got driven off. And so he then eventually decided that he would be willing to sign a contract here. So I think this is honestly one of the biggest moves of the offseason, was re-signing Oscar Cueva, because I think he is a guy very similarly. I don't think it's necessarily played amazing, but I you start thinking about it a little bit more, and he, in 29 total appearances, he had 20 goal involvements last year. So something that is intriguing. I do think a few from corners and stuff, and some free kicks and stuff like that, but not like Anthony Madu, who gets a lot of that. And that is another big reminder. Anthony Madu signed a long-term contract. So we have maybe a couple of midfielders to build around. I do think I made some mistakes as we move to and you notice not a lot of depth there. I think I also made a mistake in the regular central midfield, moving on, loaning out Valentino Martinarini. Though I do think it's maybe important to see him in Serie A get a lot of play time and see if he can prove something more than the occasional flash that we've kind of seen from him. Now, yes, a lot of substitution appearances. That's very reasonable with him. But really all we've seen is he'll pop up with 2 amazing goals a season and maybe a nice assist or 2, right? So been needing to see more from him, and maybe he could have gotten that chance this year, and I think in hindsight I would have rather kept him here just for depth, because I think I may have over trimmed a little bit. Somebody sell, but nobody's sold from here. It's just I was kind of like always thinking Martinarini out, and this is why I think it's a mistake. I didn't bring anybody in. So I was planning on Kamani, who's one of the top players, but he ultimately goes to Chelsea. And he just started, and I kind of figured it was a salary thing. He just kind of started being like, no. I'm not interested in your squad. And I was like, why wouldn't you be interested in our squad? The reason is he's making $20 million a year to go to Chelsea, and I don't even think I tried to get him, but we couldn't come close at that time. But I think even in our best scenario, like even if we were where we are now with like having 20 million free, I don't think the board would let us use 20 million on a player. So the one thing that does mean is that Patrick Nordberg, who was playing right wing back last year, might see a little bit more time in the central midfield. And there's a reason for that that I will get to when we talk about the wing backs. No sales from here though. Yeah, so it's just Martinorini on loan. Then going to the wing backs on the right side, I'm kind of keeping Birkenbaum. I think he's not what I want here on the wing, but I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to sell him. He doesn't appreciate being loan listed. It doesn't make a lot of sense to sell him and then buy a player for the exact same amount of money, especially when we are kind of going through a transition. I think he is a guy, while he doesn't have a ton of leadership necessarily, I think he could be a guy that steps up into that one of the leadership roles that gets vacated on the squad. And Cardella back out on loan. I wanted to sell Cardella, and this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier, of these guys that aren't going to make the squad from our youth intakes that I need to sell earlier. Because I was trying to sell him this year, he pretty much was like, I'm going to wait till my contract ends. So I don't think there was really any interest in him anyway, but that probably killed all the interest. And so like I tried to sell him for just like anything, but it didn't work. We put ourselves in a bad situation with him, so needing to jump on those things. I mean, I guess I could look at other guys like Arati if I don't think that he's going to be anything for us. Now's maybe the year to list him, but so I don't know. I think we're still a little behind, but we'll kind of see how it goes. I think it's a unique situation just because he's been around so long. On the other side, Grecci said the same thing. So Thomas Grecci was also going to test free agency, but he'll go out on loan as well. I missed it. On the right side, we did bring in a youth prospect, and that's where I talk about Nordberg maybe being less important there. He's not technically comfortable there yet, but he's got a good baseline for crossing dribbling. Fantastic work rate. And then honestly, when you compared him with Nordberg, you're seeing a guy that's a much better defender, much faster, more physical, maybe not quite as good offensively, but he's got a lot of the other attributes that you want to see. I think Nordberg, where he lacks as a prospect, is the mental stats, which maybe eventually he'll get pretty decent mentals. So maybe he's good to kind of keep around and build up. But I think Safil cost us like 7 mil, 7.2, I think, to be exact. And I think he has maybe a little bit more upside as an all-around guy to maybe take over for Birkenbaum in the next couple of seasons. Is kind of the hope there. And then on the left side, we still have to introduce him, but we brought in Tyrell Malacia. Now, this is an expensive transfer, but I compared a lot. 34 for a 30-year-old. You know, I do think he can be here for 3-4 seasons, playing at a pretty high level with the natural fitness at 16. I think barring a major injury or something, I think it will probably be enough money, which is why I did it still. And, Barcelo's not ready to be that full-time guy. He's a little bit more of that defensive specialist. I think Barcelo should still get plenty of play time in the next couple of seasons under Malacia, but I think at the moment I wanted a guy with a little higher upside on the offensive side, and Malacia kind of gave that to us, where I think a lot of other players lacked in that area. There are a couple guys on the right wing back that I'm somewhat interested in, but they're just too expensive. They cost a similar amount, if not more, to Malacia, probably even more like 50 mil, and we're not going to raise those funds unless we would sell everybody. And kind of like I said, why sell Birkenbaum? Like, force the sale of Birkenbaum for 40 mil to then try to sign a guy for 50. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me this year, but it does mean I think we're a little weaker offensively down the right side. And then in the defense and then in terms of sales, we sold Robin Gosens and Davide Farsi. Gosens was, he was one of our assist leaders last year. We don't make a lot of money back on him, but we get something when we were desperate for money, which is kind of why I do this, or why I did this anyway. And we did see him kind of take a dip down, and we did see him get exploited a couple of times last year, even though his athleticism seems like it's still there enough. It did feel like there were just a couple of games where he fell. So you see, we didn't really sell him for a lot, only like 6 mil. But after buying him for nearly 20, but I think he was really successful for us last year, but I think we need to move forward. And I think had he just stayed here another year, we're getting nothing back, and we're maybe getting lesser play, just out of age. And I think it would have been fine because he is a leader on the team, but if we wanted any money back, and like I said, we were a little bit desperate for that. The other guy that I think could be on the chopping block is Orestes. Oh, and then Farsi. Just he's not really perfect for what we're looking for anyway. Although he's got good stats. Is a Italian national guy, so I liked him a lot. For the thing was, I don't think he was actually very versatile. For as much as he knows a little bit about a position, it took him a long time to learn positions, and I think that's ultimately where the plan for Farsi failed. Now I think he can do both roles and everything, but we just weren't gonna give him enough game time to make an impact. You can see only 2 starts, 3 starts total, 10 subs. He didn't really play, right? So anyway, we move on from Farsi and Gossens at that wingback position. At the center back position, we move on from our Andrea Carboni. He was one of our leaders, so we've now sold a couple of leaders. That's going to lead a bit of a gap for our leadership. Hopefully, guys can jump in and replace them pretty easily. But was big on why we wanted to keep Satriano, and it's good that Satriano is still playing at a very high level. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to keep him around, because everybody else not playing as high of a level. Now, I think Carboni was pretty good, but I think this was the year if we were going to get money for him, it was this year. I think Real Madrid knew we weren't in a great financial situation, and they kind of took advantage of it. Because this is split in half between now and installments. But I kind of will take the installments because we also work in a lot of installments with our guys. So hopefully that'll be okay. And I think Carboni was very, very solid for us throughout that, but I think I've wanted to move him into a backup role, especially with spending a lot of money on Orestes. And then we brought in Andy Galbraith. Now, he isn't super left-footed or anything, but I think this is a guy with, he's got the highest potential that you could ask for and hope for. He is 23, so I do think we got to get him a lot of games this year. I'm hoping 20 is enough, kind of replacing those Carboni games almost directly. I think he might kind of sub either wide center back role, at least at first. Because I think if he is going to have a future on this team, it's probably more of the left wide center back. Unless Pekovic could do it. I did notice Pekovic does it in Serbia as the left-sided guy. So, I don't know. I could trust Pekovic on that side. And vice versa. I don't know. But I do think if we can get him going, we now have a very impressive player that can grow alongside Abdulov and Pekovic. And potentially make Orestes sellable in a couple of years. The one thing I'm worried about Orestes is he's going to take that leadership role, and then he's maybe not going to want to leave. But I think if he would get interest from like a Chelsea or something, he'd want to go to like another top team. The toughest decision... Oh, and then we also sold Andrea Carboni. Arnu Comas. So, not a lot of money for Comas, but again, when we were desperate to just kind of make anything, and yes, he's also been very solid for us in limited game action, but that's kind of what I mean. I think there are games now open for having a fourth guy like a Galbraith that could really get some minutes. So, we're going to see. If he can grow this year, I think it's a great move. If he doesn't really grow the next couple of seasons into his prime, it may have been a bad one. But I think the potential number will kind of always be there, and maybe we can get a sucker in a couple of years. I don't think we necessarily broke the bank on there, but maybe, 30 million, keeping either Carboni or Comas and having 30 million that could go to like the right wing back spot, and then maybe making Birkenbaum sellable for some flexibility or something could have been a slightly better move, but this is kind of what it is. Florent Denis. So then Florent Denis, I think, is going to get some time. I just like the jumping reach. I like the dual-footedness. So I think, I guess kind of the problem is he also wants to be maybe the wide center back. Kind of what I'm thinking is Pekovic is going to get about every game that he can handle, including maybe sometimes in the central role, subbing for Abdulov at times, potentially. The toughest decision back here was Nordbo, but I think I wanted to send him out on loan again and see. And I think we'll really question next year whether or not he's a Brescia player or if he was all for profit the whole time. He goes back to Denmark where he had a lot of success last year. I think he did grow playing there, so hopefully he can keep growing again. And on the loan, what we've wanted from him is to grow the jumping reach. Suddenly it popped up one. I don't know. He had like a growth spurt on his flight, I guess. I don't know. Different measuring in Denmark. I don't know. He stood on his tippy toes. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but I don't think he's got too many more years where he could grow this number. I think he's a very, very good player, but I think the question is, can Florent Denis show that he's a player for us with his height? Or is somebody like a Nordbo potentially a player for us. Not quite sure. There were a lot of other moves in sales of youth players and stuff, but I honestly don't remember them all because they weren't really key guys. And then at goalkeeper, finally at goalkeeper, we move on from Petros as he moves to PSG. He was very good for us, and I actually compared him to a lot of the available keepers this year, and he is actually better than a lot of them. I just think he's going to get a lot of time at PSG, or he could get games at, like, I don't think he's going to actually play for PSG. I think he'll probably play for the B team or something. But I think that will mean he'll get a lot of playtime, get some exposure, and potentially actually hit a sell-on clause. And so this could be a very lucrative deal for us. And then, so to kind of replace him, even though potential, it's only slightly better, and I do think Petros is better overall compared to Adebayo. I think we're going to take the chance of getting Adebayo like 15 games this year and see if we can grow him. It just, again, when we needed every ounce of money we could get, $6 million now for Petros, and then able to replace him for $2 million, was kind of worth it in a way. There is some interest in Karnaseki. I plan on trying to keep him here as much as I can. If he gets sold, we're screwed. Honestly, don't know what I would do at that point. Probably I'd have to sell a non-EU guy, which I don't know who that would be. I think Miranda's probably the guy with the most interest, which would make us really, really, really thin in the midfield. But yeah, so like you can see, Liverpool's interested. I don't think he wants to. I think he did say he wanted to go to Juventus, but I think that's partially because Liverpool has so much interest. It is about that time. So where if we wanted to keep him, we would probably need to give him a new contract. And I think there are better keepers out in the world. I think I would go after Arsenal's goalie North, but unfortunately, actually, did anybody have, do I still have a not EU? Wait, hold on. So they're not even saying he would be non-EU. What? Did England go back to the... Can I see European Union? Not if you can't spell, because I can't spell. Do I need to say United Kingdom? What? guy not in the right spot. I'm not really sure why it's not saying that. I keep forgetting though too, Galbraith. So Adebayo, Nigerian, but has an Italian second nationality. I keep forgetting that. And I don't know if I'm trying to think if I brought in somebody else that has the non-EU. But I keep forgetting that Galbraith, while Canadian, actually has a secondary Dutch nationality. So. And then Valencia's Dutch. Or Malasia. Sevilla's Austrian. Yeah, I guess I didn't bring in any non-EU. Maybe that's why they're saying that. But even then, they should tell me that I'm bringing in a non-EU guy. I just, like, that's actually really important if, like, England or even Ireland is slipped into the EU somehow. Did, like, Ireland secede from the United Kingdom? Because we did have some guys join the European Union. Serbia, I think, the big one for a lot of Italian teams. Serbians are now EU. And then kind of a lot of the other ones in that area, North Macedonia. That one that's really long that I can't remember, Bosnia or something. But it's like and Kosovo or something. Anyway, that's the general recap for the team. Yeah, it took 45 minutes or so. That's kind of what I thought. It was going to take a while. So we did bring in Malasia, and this will be us introducing him. I do think that he can make a huge contribution right away. I mean, we could. Generation gap. I think he'll bring a fresh perspective. Oh yeah, and that was the other thing about Malasia, is he was resolute personality. So we're getting a veteran in with good personality. I don't think that he's necessarily like a leader. 11, teamwork 13, but he's not terrible. Like I could see him kind of supplanting Robin Gosens, even in a short time here. I could see him kind of take over, which was kind of why I wanted to make a move with somebody like that. And also a lot of the like 25, 27-year-olds are just like more expensive in general. So I think he has quality. You want to make sure he's given a War Morocco. You say, well, let's see, sort of team. Yeah, we want to make our type of signing that shows us what we're about. He's here to bring success from day one and hopefully for a long time to come. I mean, yeah, I don't want to discuss personal relationships in public. We didn't really know each other. We didn't really communicate. And so then ultimately the other big recap from the offseason is now I went a little overboard a little tiny bit overboard at selling and maybe loaning some guys out that shouldn't be. I think primarily Martino Rini, as mentioned. But we're now very, very thin in the midfield, I would say. I think we need 2 signings in the midfield. We don't have a lot of money going on. I'd like to keep kind of everything else going unless we see some sort of crazy opportunity. I mean, maybe if we can, I don't know, if we sell Karnaseki for 80 and then we bring North in for 30, 35, like 30 this year or something. And so maybe we have 20 mil floating around. Maybe we could make a signing in the midfield. I think, unfortunately, what that means is that Raska, instead of moving into a backup role, which is kind of what I want him to do behind Madou, because I think he's a less athletic, more defensive-minded Madou. So when we're closing out a game and Madou's tired, you bring on a Raska, or a Raska could play a whole cup game and you don't have to worry about him. But then, like, there is, or you could just start Raska and eventually Madou could, if Raska's not doing it, Madou might be just enough more or something. But attacking fullback. Yeah, see, like, normally there's this thing, and the currency says 0. So it is confirmed that it's 0. I'm a little worried about the North thing. Unless I missed something. Like England coming back. Oh yeah, and Bruno Fernandes is available and relatively cheap, but it would be, when we're desperate for money, it's kind of tough to justify a guy that's like a 1-year thing, and I don't think that they're willing to loan him. Maybe it's different on like deadline day and they just want to get his salary off. I do think he also makes like 20 something million or something. Actually, maybe not. I think it's come down to 10 million, but that would be the same problem as Jan Valeda, and I'm sure they're trying to get a little bit of profit for him at the end, so they're probably looking for 15 to 20 million for like a loan fee or something, which we can't do. Would not be a good use of our money. I did find an interesting Uruguayan player that actually has a Spanish second nationality that's a loan option from Chelsea, and I'm kind of leaning, and he had like 2.5 stars, kind of leaning towards that to be the backup behind Cueva. But I think we also need another guy that drops in the true midfield. And so I think we could have had, although I want a guy that's maybe a little bit more of like a true deep-lying playmaker, I think we could have had Martino Rini be there. So we've been drawn at home in the 3rd round. We would be at home in the quarterfinal. And we would be away, but you have to play 2 legs in the semifinal. And we are on Milan's side again. That's honestly the biggest challenge of the whole cup, because I think we can beat pretty much everybody else. Although, I mean, again, Juventus isn't an easy matchup, by any stretch of the imagination. Vinicius Cortez, Juventus going after him. Not that I can do anything. Very solid player. Yeah. I'm okay with Arati going pretty much anywhere. Torino, right, because he's not really that amazing. That's why none of the big guys are there. Nordberg can now speak good Italian. Different attacking midfielder. He would be a non-U guy. Which I don't want to. So yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back heavy. I do think we're going to with how much travel is combined here. What am I looking for? Yeah, it's just so crazy that they don't know what to do. All right. T-bonding. Something like that. That's not good. Galbraith and Orestes have some reoccurring muscle injuries. Karnaseki, Miranda, Cueva, Denis, and Cabrera come back in top fitness, ready to go. Nordberg goes to that. Abdullaev goes up to regular starter, which I'm okay with. That's the plan. Yeah, I think we have a pretty strict, but everything's fine. We have to welcome the squad back. Inter are going after Alfio Mirabala. Everybody's looking for those wingbacks this year. Auto select including youth prospects. Yeah, we'll look at that later. We'll welcome the squad back. We go in the title? No. Let's keep challenging it. Yeah, so we want to win the cup. I know a lot of guys have that in their contract. I am a little worried if it's like Juventus and then Milan, like a one off against Juventus can still kind of go negatively. Yeah. Okay. And our fortnightly meeting. Just keep working across this. I actually do want to look at this. Yeah, Miranda's, yes, you can do that. Actually, maybe I should check that before I mean, I think we have time. It does interest me if we could get like a North or somebody, though. It does interest me. I just don't think we can sell him for enough to like get a North and then get another player that opens up something else, you know. I mean, we could do it. We could just set it really high. The other thing about Karnasek is I think he is a guy that is primed to take a leadership role this year. And so it'd kind of be nice to have somebody that's stable and ready to take that spot. The other thing about getting a North, and it's like, why'd we get an Adebayo? You know, I'll look at that, but later. I think he might complain about that a little bit, but I don't love that. Another youth prospect out on loan. Yeah, seems like he has no problem actually with the 75. Usually that's like the first thing. Stromberg, tight thigh, sports hernia for Billy Jackson. Still waiting on that youth guy, right? Yeah, lacks the consistency. That's what we thought. Does have some potential. Says he would fit in well with the core. Doesn't and will be fairly adaptable, which I kind of think is good news. Natural flair, naturally two-footed, good decision making. I mean, about the only thing is like his true finishing isn't. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to check before I like. But I'm very intrigued for Mino to be the backup this year. I think it'd just be willing if they're willing to let him be a backup. Negro. I've just been making everything 40. I think I probably could have made everything 50, but it is what it is. If I compare with Cueva is obviously the starter, so I'm not expecting him to be like close, but what does he have? So Cueva is more athletic in every way over Mino, kind of as expected. More anticipation, more composure, not as good decisions, similar flair, similar off the ball, similar vision. And then he has a few of the things that lean kind of important. Teamwork, work rate, determination, concentration. Slight leans for Mino. Technically, Cueva is much more skilled. Crossing, I don't think you'll have to do as much. Similar finishing level, though Cueva's a little bit better. Cueva's a much better dribbler. That's probably the biggest difference between the two. Is Mino, you don't necessarily want him on the ball. He just looks like a lesser Cueva in a lot of ways. Yeah, not as good aerially, not as good technically. We saw that there. And not quite as good physically. But in terms of pure attacking, pure vision, he's just a slight step down from Cueva. So I'm very interested in Mino. I think he could be a guy that could play there. Is that advanced forward or that advanced midfielder? Attacking midfielder, sorry. Biggest out would probably be the orange consistency. But we're not trying to buy him. Can't afford him. We're just trying to get him in and get him some games to relieve Cueva and hope he does okay. I think that's a move. And I think more importantly, I think if we loan him, it doesn't necessarily hurt the bank to loan another guy, potentially. Yeah, I don't really want the I don't really care about the optional future fee. I think the big thing would be he's a squad player. And he may not want to come for that. This is a lot. So if he's playing, 3 mil. If he's not playing, 6 mil. It's a big difference. I mean, I think both are... I think, you know, somewhere in between is valid. Like a 5 million is valid for a backup. The goal is to play Cueva a lot. And I mean, even like worst case scenario where Cueva maybe gets hurt, then we save a little bit of money by playing this guy. I don't think I'm opposed. I think the intriguing thing would be, does this get cheaper on deadline day? Or as we approach deadline day? I mean, the sooner we get him in, the sooner we have a backup for Cueva, though. And how has he done? And I think he should settle in quickly. Hasn't been incredible, but I do think the attacking midfielder, it's tough to be incredible. He did do it in the non-competitive, probably under 20s. Premier League 2 type stuff. Yeah, it does look like he would come in really quick and really well. And we're kind of just desperate for bodies. I don't think I want to promise that he's going to play the advanced forward. Though I think he's better at that than like a deep-lying playmaker. But he could end up subbing as like a deep-lying playmaker a couple of times too. So I think I'm willing. I think I'm willing for the price. The optional future fee doesn't matter to me. I think that the only thing is squad player. Would be... It's the only thing I can do, which makes them more money, but maybe doesn't get him quite as much development, potentially. And they're so rigid on loans, too, I feel like. Because I would love to negotiate this down, like, slightly. But they're just so rigid on loans. I mean, I think the big thing is, like, every one of these ticks is, like... Keep it at, like, 3. 3 if he plays, and more like a 5 if he doesn't. Just make me feel a little bit better. Squad player. I'm just gonna make that offer. Ooh, Klopp moves on from Germany. And they get Patrick Coley, a young, really, really talented fullback. A lot of guys coming for Negro. I mean, I guess I just have to like loan him again. If they recall him. Fine. Oh yeah, Kamani. Oh, okay, so they did take away his top target because he just moved. Okay. Interesting. Good player. Good player. I mean, and honestly, like, kind of cheap. I mean, I guess he's 24, so you'd have to, like, play him. But he's got that, like, world-class type potential. If you do play him. What is that? Oh, that is the Netherlands. I mean, I'm signing all of... I'm interested in, like, all of their other fullbacks. Tangolo. Do like him, but we made our moves. He would maybe be an interesting guy, like if we would sell Galbraith and oh yeah, I forgot we played Chelsea, so it does actually like we've had contact. So we'll see. Firmino, I think could still reject us just because we're offering squad player, but I mean it should still be good. Serie A squad player. I don't know. Zenolio for 20. That's not bad. There was something about Zenolio I couldn't do though. Oh, I like wanted to loan him, but I couldn't. They don't want to do that. Unsurprisingly. And I just don't have a lot of money to just be throwing around. I mean, he's not bad. Harvey Barnes. A French striker. I mean, I guess somewhat interesting. Gianluca Marcini. That probably would have been a nice, like... Would have been a strong move for, like, a year. But he is 34, so... Year's probably all we're getting. You know what? I should probably take off this match practice, too. I didn't really notice that. Hey, I'm good for anybody leaving Milan. That'd be cool. Oh, and I guess that's the other big thing that happened over The top Italian prospect is now at Inter. The striker from that was replacing Ciro Immobile at Lazio has now joined Inter. So Inter have made the move. I believe it was Inter. Yeah. Andrea Giuffrida. So Inter have now made the moves internally in Italy for probably two of the best prospects that have come through now, with Andrea Giuffrida this year and a few seasons ago grabbing Zappasotti, who is obviously incredible, and I wish we had him, but it is what it is. I mean, he also cost Inter a fortune to come from Atalanta, and then Giuffrida, no different. It's not like they grabbed these guys early. They found them early and have developed. They waited till they became kind of decent players or have shown signs of being something at Serie A, and they made a huge move. I think in real life you probably wouldn't be super thrilled about a guy with 12 goal involvements in 6 games, or in 31 games. But it is what it is. So they're spending top money. Ooh, Fernandez. Now, I mean, maybe we play Inter early. I don't know. What was I doing? Yeah, don't want to do that. I'll do like attacking, defending, tactical. Just do something like attack. And we won't be playing any of these preseason games. I think I might have done the first preseason when I was here, but pretty much haven't been doing. Oh, and I didn't. Idiot. I mean, I'm really good at this game. Super the best. Karaseki Sweeper Keeper. Yeah, I think we kind of have to go see Sweeper Keeper and hope. Oh, there isn't any way to also get your first touch. I guess that makes somewhat sense. Maybe technique, handling, composure. Because I guess if you are going to be one here, we don't want you just getting first sign of pressure, just bombing it deep. We want to oh, that's Andrade. Very similar skill sets, to be honest. Actually, probably the same exact setup here for Adebayo anyway. For the same reason. We want that composure, I think. Coming up. Pekovic will be wide center back. I think Galbraith is just, he's going to play wide more often. And I think he can do it. He's not incredible by any means. And I think we'll just do that. And Denis he's definitely wide center back. on support. The knee training anything, because he's got the jumping reach. You know, if he can maybe get a couple more points in heading, it could matter. Birkenbaum, wing back on attack and crossing. Accardi. Irati. I mean, I think he's going to get loaned out, but I guess in the meantime, you could be... You got some wide center back in you, but maybe just central defender. Tulev is central defender. And Malacia is going to be wing back on attack. And Orestes is wide center back on support. Maybe same thing. If you can get a little more points in. Nah, just do what you're doing. Denis is still young. Barcelo will be wing back on attack, also working on crossing. Safil will be wing back right on attack, and he will also be working on crossing. Attacking midfielder on attack, and we have him as free kick taking, as we don't really have too many specialists in that. I think I'm okay with that, to be honest. Raska, for now, I think has to almost be a deep lying playmaker. I'd like a starter, a new starter there, and Raska would just be the first guy off the bench in either position, but I think it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, Miranda's not starting as a deep line playmaker, though. It's like, what is Nordberg gonna do for us this year? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's just what's worth. And honestly, I know we're training you box to box, but honestly, you're crossing still. Box to box. Deep lying playmaker. Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, I don't know. Like, do you need the finishing on top of the long shots? Because honestly, I mean, I guess the thing is, depends on how intense this is. Because if you get plenty of time back there, will you still take a long shot? Like, if you're wide open and can, like, line it up with this on, will you take it? But, like, would this prevent you from just, like, oh, I'm taking a one-touch blast from long range, even though there's 3 guys standing in front of me? Because, like, I wouldn't be opposed to those stopping. I'm not sure. Still working on Satriano's penalty taking. Yeah, working on... Also working on free kick taking for Cabrera. I mean, I get it, but I think even, like, a good season is, like, 3 free kick goals. And it's like, yeah. I mean, I guess, like, if it's a direct shot anyway, I'm almost wondering if, like, he should also be training penalties behind. So we have, like, somebody behind Satriano. And he's already, like, 14. Like, I feel like 14 should be able to get you, like, 1 or 2, right? Like, feels weird doing. And Yenner, yeah, it's just because like his off the ball isn't like incredible. That's why I think I have him doing attacking movement. That's actually a pretty significant downturn. So I'm actually gonna talk to him here. It's just it's a slight downturn at the end. Yeah, like the last couple of months isn't quite right, but just this slight downturn here at the end, I don't like to see that. Like all of the work over the summer seems like it was for no reason. Yeah, and I just need to make sure you guys are still training things. Negro, I think he's gonna go out somewhere, but oops. But I guess if you're going to become anything, you might as well train Sweeper Keeper. I mean, I don't think you're... You are becoming anything, but... Okay. So we'll set that up. Everybody's training something. A couple of guys that came off of loans that aren't, but it looks like they're going right back out on loan, so no real misses. I mean, he looks incredible. I don't have money. Stromberg injured again. Dude, what's wrong with you? And Negro will be sold to Sampdoria. So Angelo Negro, who was a previously somewhat intriguing player, and just kind of as everybody has done. I actually think that this is like overstating what his potential could be, in the fact that he's just left. But I think we were very much leaning that this dude is going to be, especially with the unambitious personality, he's gonna be more of that like 2.5 for us. So good to just get him off the books. I've found it difficult. I don't know if it's something I personally do wrong, or if it's just something I find difficult. Um, but I find it difficult to get to that potential number. I really think that like where the solid stars are, I've had a lot more success getting there, and like I've even seen that get less and less. But I find it difficult to get to that like that upper end for guys. And now maybe it's just because like it disappears at a certain point, but maybe they still can get there under good play and things like that. I mean, maybe it's just something as simple as that, but yeah, we'll use the selected squad. Or whatever. We won't be playing these, so kind of whatever rotation and everything. I do think I can at least like set the starting lineup if I like really want a rotation, but I think everybody kind of needs to play. Stromberg injuring himself a couple of times immediately back kind of sucks. Milan, couple of their attacking players getting offers from elsewhere now. That would be very, I mean, it's not great news for us, the fact that Milan would then have $200 million to spend. But Dorati, yeah, we're kind of just, whatever on you. You can. Our season tickets kind of going to where we think that they will go. The maximum again. With our stadium not done, I think they can't sell as many season tickets as they would hope to sell. I feel like we would be able to sell more. No way. So Lobjoko, he was only here in year 1 at Brescia. Then we sold him off for 900K. I don't know if that was in January or not, or if that was just after the whole year. Was in Poland for a couple seasons, then moved to Norway, got signed to the United States on a free, then to Sweden on a free, and now Gothenburg able to sell to Gdansk in Poland. A long, interesting career for Jacob Lobjoko. It does mean we get $2,000. Nice, dude. Spiegel, fullback that's not going to really develop. I have no real faith in that. An experienced goalkeeper, just in case. And he is somebody that would count towards non-EU stuff, or registration stuff, which is interesting. Gutierrez. Match review. And some endurance training, match preview, then Venezia, then I'm going to throw in a recovery here. Then a recovery. Then a match review. Then team bonding. And then like an overall outfield. General. Yeah, I kind of want to see what's happening after this, but something. know if we're gonna get to any games tonight. It was kind of the whole point on like doing this stuff on our own was that we were gonna kind of get to year 10. He was supposed to be like 10 mil. I mean, I can't develop 2 goalkeepers. The better shot stopper, the better distributor, the better mental stats. Everything else leans at Adebayo. See? And they're getting him for 2.5. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe they're just like 50% profit from next sale. I think I just have to trust that we made the move with Adebayo. It does hurt that like an Italian goalkeeper to Juventus for 2.5. I mean, I honestly, in all honesty, I don't think either of these guys are some sort of incredible prospect. The one thing is Adebayo is like a mercenary, so like if he doesn't play, he might. I don't think Lighthearted's very good either. Could be wrong. Worried about my midfield a lot. Juventus will get Zanolio. And Udinese get Barrios. Really good finisher. Pretty athletic. Nani signing from Chile. Great personality. I mean, that's a wonderful move from Udinese, actually. Not to say if like I knew about that guy, I would make that move, but I guess I did know about that guy. But and he's consistent and enjoys big matches. What the fuck? I mean, again, at 23, you kind of question, especially with our setup, could I give him enough games to develop him? I couldn't. So, honestly, a team like Udinese that could potentially start him in every game, that is a favorable move for them. I think a really nice. I think a nice move. Disappointing collapse. We had the XG. We were shooting like crazy, but we never really generated. Seems like maybe a lot of corners without jumping into it too much. And then generally held the possession. But Marcelo is now very comfortable. Natural on the left wing back. That's what we want to see. Pellegrini for 4 point. Huh. I mean, it's 1 year. It's probably 1 year. I mean, his fitness is fine. Which, like, we do just kind of need to get it through 1 year with being a little bit thinner, and then we need to make moves next year. That's maybe another option if, like, this Chelsea kid rejects us. 4.3, like 4 mil. And then Burnley will get Augustine Plaza. Kind of similar to Valletta. Never really seemed to hit the peaks that they were maybe expecting for Plaza when he first came over. And we do get Nahil Mino, which he's about the same as Pellegrini. So, like, you would compare and you would maybe say Pellegrini. Really expensive, but I'll just leave it. So we do bring in Mino, the move today. So that's one more depth piece. I'm looking for the deep lying playmaker to potentially bring in. With the only remaining move, I think would be another loan. Well, the problem is that, like, so we're almost just looking for a talented, which just leads to, like, Martinarini probably should have just stayed here. 48 isn't close. I mean, I think that's more reasonable for him. So Reina, I'm okay. I just want him to play. Sure. 48. See, like, that's the thing. If we sell Carnesecchi, and it's not like his salary is crazy, right? If we sell Carnesecchi, I want to reject this offer. I want to see more. It seems like that's what we're going to get for him. But yeah, I just don't think 20 mil is enough because, like, we want to then go out and probably sign another top keeper. Could we maybe make a deal for, like, Andrew North work with, like, 20 mil? Maybe? Season-long loan signing for Mino. It's a good player. Happy to have him. Just be neutral on that one. Can be lost in a singular. Yeah, I think he can be. Mino, been labeled as a potential star. You're happy to have him. I think fans are gonna love him. I wouldn't say we need to sell individuals. No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I don't think. PSG put Biao. This is another guy that just didn't seem to really develop. And Arati goes. They won't be paying everything for him, and maybe they should. But he is one of our guys that maybe possibly touches in. So we're maybe a little bit more hopeful here for Arati. after the Cagliari game, I'm gonna probably also look at our short list again and see if there was a lot of people that jumped on the short list. I don't know if I like just missed a big time or like didn't do it for a couple months when I should have been re-upping. The other problem is our scouts are now also looking in the eyes of like we have no money, so they're like, it's 93 mil. There's been a couple of these like Cameroonian attacking midfielders, but they've already been picked up and signed by somebody. It's not like Kamani. Caesar is consistent. Doesn't really do anything super well. Just Brazilian. I just don't think we would ever make that move. Yeah, so we're down from rich. So we were like just barely into what we considered rich. I guess. Because I checked before, like at the end of after like all my sales last year. Yeah, I don't think that deal for Karnaseki would be enough. I don't think, like if we sold him for 75 or whatever, I assume we would get I mean, he's definitely not a he's definitely listed as an ooh, that's a great move. 80 mil for Umaris. I would love him. He would be that left wing back that I wouldn't have to do anything ever again there. Great. love it, dude. Couldn't develop like shoots first time or tries first time shots, you know. The player will be loaned back. Maybe that's how they're getting it. That frustrates me. To just see them get somebody for so cheap. I don't know. What I'm hoping to do with Karnaseki is maybe do the same thing I did with Cueva and maybe scare everybody off this window, and then maybe at the end of the window try to re-up his contract, sell everybody off with a high, and he was comfortable with the 75 million fee. I mean, if maybe somebody legitimately makes a decent bid, maybe he isn't, but yeah, this is what I mean. I just, even with some payroll available, 5 million open, 10 million doesn't really, it might be just enough to get like a North or get some sort of keeper, but what was I doing? Short list. But I think it's a massive risk, to be honest. I mean, they came for him. And Atalanta will sign Becca to a 5-year deal. Nice, dude. Nice. I just think with so the reason they told me not to loan him is because Liverpool's interested and because he would say yes to Liverpool in a heartbeat, I think, over us. So as long as like Liverpool drops out of the race, I think we could re-sign Karnaseki and have him moving into the future. Algerian. Yeah. I mean, obviously really expensive, but you can kind of stick around. World-class goalkeeper. I guess because they're interested. But they want... What? And appealing for a 33-year-old keeper? What? No? More like it from Brescia in the second. I mean, Roma always plays us tough regardless. Whether it's preseason or not, Roma seem to play us tough. Satriano and Cabrera scored. Danilo Pekovic also puts one home. I think I forgot to maybe click that button before this last game. It seemed like everybody, because Satriano and Cabrera played both those games. Although, I just feel like Jenner would have gotten an opportunity, even with Stromberg a little like dinged up. My bad. I must have missed the button. Missed my chance. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Dario Reina, wherever. Hertha Berlin going after Abdulev is ready. Although I will say, I think that is a big negative, his one-footedness. Terrible in front of goal. Very naturally fit. Not really a crosser. Ricardo Pepe, we can leave, but I probably won't be making that move. Insanely athletic, I like that. Yeah, it is what it is on that one. Olmo is too expensive. I mean, he looks like he would be... I mean, if we had sold Cueva and we had, like, nothing, he would maybe be a good option. Monaco in for Clement Langlais for Inter. Atalanta want Maximiliano Cabrera. Everybody, fuck off. Fuck off. Do I need to re-sign him so that everybody just leaves him alone? Get away from me. A lot of friendlies. We hammer yet again. Cueva scores. Nehumino scores. Good rating from Tyrell Malacia, including a yellow card. And Vegard Stromberg scores. So within the last 2 games, our 3 important strikers have all put one in the back of the net. So like to see that. So Rodriguez, we're going to remove from short list, and then we're going to not interested. Nathan. And then actually including Cueva, our attacking players have all scored pretty well. Playing pretty well. Huh? Huh? What, bro? The rest is some, like, leaning towards, but I'd like to maybe keep him for a year. No. Although... No, he's been our best player. No, I can't... No. It's because it is like 100 mil. Not this year, man. Come back next year. I just like, because I would need to sign another center back with that, so it wouldn't really help me sign. I think there is like an older Italian center back that I could sign then. And if he does leave, it would open up another non-EU spot, although I haven't even used. I am under the belief that nobody is worth like 100 million. I am one of those people. So it's gonna be really difficult if he comes back with like a $120 million bid. I mean, I think he'd be an idiot to do that. As good as Pekovic is. I just think Cueva's playing wingback. Why? Whatever. I have 4 right wingbacks. Why would you play on Cueva there? I know that he like can do it, but I have 2 attacking midfielders. I have 4. I have 3 guys that can play. Other guys that can play right wing back. Whatever. They're just trying to get fit. Yeah, I'm gonna look at free kick taking after this. No, we need crossing. Move on. Move on. I also think I might need to, like... Why would I play him in the Brescia squad? I mean, maybe here. No, you guys can jump up to the under-20s, no problem. Reina, you stay in the under-20s. Yeah, see, that's what I kind of was thinking. Orestes is going to jump up, and he's a guy who is primed to take the vacuum that is created by that. And Galbraith is a guy that, like, if Orestes leaves, could then pop up and take it over, which is kind of not why I wanted Galbraith, but I think it's a nice other side of that. I don't know who I want. I don't know who I want to be, because I can't get a starting deep line playmaker. So Raska just plays deep line playmaker. I like having the deep line playmaker there. I wonder if there's a different role I could use. But I like having it there because I don't really like the ball winner, because I don't think he doesn't offer a lot of offensive upside. More strength training, more quickness training. Hello, Stuart Boyd. Speaking of... Stuart. So what are you good at? Positioning. Your marking's not bad. Your actual tackling's not good. And I think that's hard to improve. Because I don't think you can, like... Tackling's one of those weird ones that, like... I think if you, like box to box, you'll train tackling. But I don't... But, like, if I just pick... Like, I don't think there's, like, a tackling thing here, which kind of doesn't really make sense to me. Because there's, like, the defensive positioning side of that. But then, yeah, like... But tackling isn't one of those things you can, like, work on. And I do think it is important for just anybody in our midfield to be defensive-minded. I think he's a little too weak, Boyd. But dominant win from us. 6 goals, 2 assists for Orestes, interestingly enough, as well as a goal. What? Stromberg scores twice. Mino scores again, and Satriano scores twice. So 2 of our top goal scorers getting braces in this one. Yeah, they're playing Quavo all over the place. I mean, my coach loves Mino, I guess, and it's kind of working. So I don't know. Maybe Cueva is the deep lying playmaker, and somebody else is the advanced or the attacking midfielder. I don't want to loan two guys in the same spot though, either. Even if it is. Kasper Dolberg rejects. The American Pulisic. No, okay. The LeBron James of soccer. Why wouldn't I want him? Luis Carlos Tenrio. There it is. Are you willing to be loaned? From the Arsenal under 23s. Like, he's actually pretty decent. I just don't think he's... I mean, I could kind of do the even flip. But like, is he better than Giovanni Miranda? Technically, no. Key mentals, maybe it's a pretty even split. I do think potential or positioning really important. And then balanced. I would say these guys are in a very similar class, to be honest. So I'd rather keep the guy that I have in Giovanni Miranda. But somewhat interesting. Yeah, it's the thing. I want the starter at deep lying playmaker, and we just don't have it. It is what it is, but important player for Bologna. Another center back potentially moving on. This is one of the guys that isn't really going to become anything. And Dario Reina will move on to Ravenna. I suspect he will do quite well in Serie C. Hope so. Hope to see it. Scouting finished on Giuffrida. Yeah, we're gonna sign him after he already signed Inter. Yep. Nah, it's fine. If we would have found him like 2 years ago, I would have maybe been willing to Giuffrida. Like, if we would have signed him instead of, I don't know, I guess Cabrera, but like, let's be honest, I love Cabrera. And we hammer Lazio. Stromberg scores twice. Mino scores again. What the... Dude, what? I don't know. Mans just might get into really good attacking positions, at least in terms of like quick sims. He's going off. I mean, it's a lot of spending money for Milan, but Chelsea grab Keane. Ian Ireland. But this was not that he was problematic for us for Milan, but I mean he's coming off kind of a down year. Milan just has a lot of options up top, to be honest. And honestly, I think that probably just helps them balance, though, that it's not like as ridiculous. Because they also spent big money on Saliba. They have Barrow. I don't know how to say Foobs. I don't know. Can play there. Can play up top. Brahim Diaz plays up top. Like Jeremy Doku plays up top. Rafael Leao. Like, they just have so many attacking options, so. So I guess I should find the box-to-box backup. Which is just, it's Martinarini, and I should have just kept him. I mean, but maybe we can, like... So your best loan options are Jose Villalobos. Yeah, but he's more of the advanced type. More of a ball-winning midfielder. Yeah, very defensive-minded. Does actually have some offensive skills, Gustavo Santos. It is Portuguese. That could be... could be an interesting player. I don't know if I can actually look at... Oh yeah, I can. I can look at Martinarini. Much more athletic than Martinarini, which is a big shortcoming of the young midfielder. Technical. Slightly leans, but nothing too important. Leans towards Martinarini. Mentality, much more like really high-end defensive. The teamwork, that fight. Pretty even there, too. Like, should have just kept Martinarini. And the more and more I'm looking at all of this, the more and more that's kind of the conclusion I'm coming to. So that would be our non-EU move if we would go after like a Cosio. He doesn't look too bad. The athleticism's a little weak, but I like the determination. I like the dual-footedness. I think particularly for a deep line playmaker, makes him less press resistant, lets him, kind of do anything. The tries killer balls can let them flip the field, can let them play down the side, can let them push up the side. So I kind of like that idea. Some vision, good technique, good passing, good first touch. I think mentally he kind of has a good baseline. It's really he's lacking physically, and so he wouldn't really be the box to box. He would be a deep lying guy. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with Miranda. I guess the question is, could Miranda be a box to box backup? Just have a guy. And he's got the long shots. The work rate and stuff. I definitely think he could do it. I don't know. The weakness is honestly... So it's just like... Could we get that other guy and just have another pretty talented player that could flash at times? That Cosio. Which I think he could. I think he could flash at times. These are... Yeah. I think I should have just kept Martinarini. I know I said that like 10 times already, but I don't think there's anybody better. Like, clearly better. Like, everybody at that level has a weakness. And Martinarini's is pretty much just pure pace, which I don't know how often are, like... how often is RT playing playmaker in like a full sprint where pace matters? Probably not very often. Belota goes. Don't care too much about that. And then Calafiori for Milan. I don't really know who that is. Probably means that he's really, really good. It wouldn't be in my like pay range, and now that they have 100 million, they're like, yeah, we can buy him. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, he's at Man City. Phenomenal crosser. Would love to have this guy. Bought by Man City. Well, was at Milan. Was at Roma when this started. Milan bought him for a short period of time. Never really did anything. He hasn't done incredible in the simulation side. But, I think if I could do this whole off season the exact same and just not sell or not loan out Martinarini for like no reason, I think I'd be very happy with where the team is at. Now I'm kind of like, am I forced to sign somebody just to have depth? A couple teams come on for De Pesquilas. They both are going to go fringe player. I mean, he's nothing special. I'm kind of okay with. And they're willing. So. Your top goal scorer odds. Maximiliano Cabrera is on it. Raspadori, Mapondo, Lautaro Martinez, Maximiliano Cabrera, Rafael Leao, Edison Odward. I mean, I kind of hope that. Purdue. When's our next game? Our next game is 13 days away. Hold on. Maybe. I know we have like this friendly, which I guess I could pick up anybody else in this friendly. I don't know like any of these. Get a couple more games in. Potentially. Recovery, match review. And then we'll think about the first game leading up to that a little bit more closely. Barcelona come back. This time they look at 58. I mean, he doesn't really care about Barcelona. So I'd like to keep him. Actually, I'm kind of wondering. Liverpool's still interested, but they haven't made a move yet. Top player odds. Anthony Madu is on the list. Basilo Ricci and Theo Hernandez. All from Milan. De Ligt and Ziane for Juventus. No interest in joining them. I mean, we have kind of a backup there, and we could probably figure out something else. Well, actually, there's that, like, really, really good there. I don't know. I'm kind of seeing that more of, like, next year, almost. Top young player. Madu, Giuffrida, Abdulev, Raska, Viamos, and Colombo. You know what? I'm going to go in with Nordberg as the backup. Keeping him on for flexibility. And I think I'm just going to be happy with that. Cetriano with the hat trick. Cabrera also chipped in. And the tune-up game goes as planned. Dominant victory. We then also have Olympiacos. But yeah, so I think I'm just going to be happy that Nordberg is around, developing another year, going to get chances. And I think primarily we'll work on that box-to-box so that he's working on a variety of things. And I mean, I guess he could play, and then we could move Sefil. You're unhappy with the amount of training you have to do? Okay, fine. Whatever. Sure, Rufani, Lucas Paqueta. Benfica are looking for him. Gustavo Santos. Celtic looking. Nestor Velez. Getting a bid from Hertha Berlin. Madu's determination going down, but everything else staying up. That's what we want to see. I can't increase. Could I? The problem is they may not let me put it back into payroll. No, they won't let me move it at all. They don't want us, like, signing any more players and moving it around. So we have to just accept normal. We won't be able to go high, which I do think the incentive, it does kind of matter a little bit. Like, certain players, I think, certain staff members go for that. And then we're gonna try to work in an extra game in the under 20s as well. I don't know if that actually, like, really went through. It does look like we have another friendly under 20s, and it did. The boys got to play, but it looks like we have one more to sort some things out, even after the Olympiacos game. So we're set. with kind of my internal decision to just let Nordberg play and train. We're just keeping a very talented guy on the roster. I think the unfortunate part means we don't upgrade at deep lying playmaker. I don't think it's really a key role for us, but I think it could be. Like, if we're not getting it from the wings, could it be important? Maybe. I have like a rest in here. I could get like an offensive training in too. Maybe I should do that. I don't know if I'll be allowed to. Oh, right, but he doesn't want to join us. Yeah, I did know about Lambert, but because he's so young, they don't like want to leave. Which is interesting. I wonder if that's just like a direct counter towards like people signing guys like really, really young and really, really cheap or something. Like if that's like a purposeful. Nope, it's okay. Just be a rest. I wonder if that's like a purposeful, just like hard-coded, like they're 16, they don't want to join you. Galbraith. And Safil. Not used to the way we're doing things around here quite yet, I don't think. Whoopsies. Leipzig came back. Dude, that's getting hard to... No, I think I have to stay put on this one. As much as, like, I think this is probably about as much as we'll ever get for him. Like, even I think going back to next year, we'd probably just expect to get recoup. But I think the thing that I see is we could sell Orestes to sign a right wing back, to sell Birkenbaum, to sign a central midfielder, or something like that. So like Orestes and Birkenbaum and get a central midfielder, a right wing back, a lesser, I mean maybe even we just bring Nordbo back, but even we just get a prospect center back. And then maybe even that, if we would sell Karnaseki. Because I think the problem is, if I would sell Orestes this year, we're only getting 30 mil out of it, right? Into our transfer budget. I could then sign that really old veteran guy for probably 2 years, and he would probably play okay for 2 years and mentor Galbraith to take over. Cueva scored twice, and then Cabrera and not Birkenbaum, I saw Birkenbaum, but Cabrera and Stromberg. Way to go! I can speak. Keep an eye on that. So like we could sign the veteran center back, but that's only going to be for a couple of seasons, and we're not going to make any money. So that's just throwing that 30 million away. And I think it would take us probably the 30 million to get there. And sure, the mentoring could be more important with a guy like that, but I don't really think selling Orestes lets us replace a starting center back and sign another wing back or central midfielder, you know. Under 18s, do both the keepers need to play? They do. I'll get Andrade into this one. And then we'll play the other boys in the under 20s. We've sold 17,000. Crepin never made it, never became anything. Jumper would be the guy that we missed him. I mean, I think he was too expensive. Yeah, we needed to find him like the year before, but I think we weren't playing the deep lying playmaker role at that time. And our first game in Serie A is a challenging one against Inter. They've made another big signing. They continue to spend well. I think that they're losing guys, but I think in general they are losing veteran guys, which not to necessarily say they aren't good players, but maybe guys that are slowing down. That it's not like they're losing Lautaro Martinez to sign Giofrida or anything like that. They're just signing Giofrida for Raspadori, probably leaving within the next year or two. So goalkeeping, shot stopping, set pieces, attacking corners, technical, chance creation, chance conversion, defensive shape, attacking movement. So what I want? Yeah, and physical attacking. I'm just gonna go overall. Oh, maybe I'll do like attacking patient. Something like that for the Hellas Verona match. There it is. Milan make Igor an offer. Tammy Abraham just scored 5 goals in the cup. choose the Brescia captains. So it'll be Satriano will get promoted, and then Orestes, like I said, he's primed and ready to take that leadership role. Martinarini gets off to a good start. I think it is good, though, to see Martinarini potentially get a full-time loan in Serie A, though. It could be useful on deciding if he is anything. But I maybe need to set the goal. Everything's going down. I'll put him at regular starter. We'll see if that makes him unhappy. I don't think it's a big difference. I'm not bringing the 16-year-old up here for no reason. No, and he's okay with us bringing it down. So I believe it is Stromberg, Cabrera, and Satriano are all regular starters. So Liverpool is going to come for. I'm going to be so. Oh, that's not good. I was a little worried about this week being potentially too much. Oh, yeah, here's the under 20s match. Silby, we'll keep an eye on. It's fine. Schlotterbach now wants to stay. Oh, and then one thing I didn't talk about in the offseason. So I did, I think I briefly mentioned it. But in terms of staff signing, I brought pretty much everybody back as we wanted to. I think we made a couple of upgrades here and there. There were a couple of issues because when we first started, we were only in an okay financial situation. They wouldn't let me increase any budget, so we lost a coach and a scout. I actually think the scout that I brought in is maybe more suitable for the job that it was being asked for. And I got a pretty decent coach out of all of it. I do know we upgraded I don't know if it's like a huge upgrade, but like we now have a goalkeeping coach that loves working with youngsters. Whereas the guy that we replaced, it was very much a weakness of his working with youngsters. I don't know how big of a deal that number is for. Sorry, I don't know how big of an oh, you know what? 2. I think I can just make this like a recovery. But yeah, I don't know how important that number is, but I don't think we lost much else as part of that. The other thing I did do is I did look for a better head of youth development, but I actually think our guy has like the best numbers, and there weren't many other guys with higher reputation, which I feel like reputation has got to be the only thing that we're doing significantly worse at, potentially, because it's only 2-star. I don't know what, like. I mean, the rest of our facilities are amazing and everything. I don't, with two, um, what's it called? The next level. Can I see like their staff? Because they've brought in some like incredible guys. Our guy has the same reputation. So the one little note I have here, they do have the full youth recruitment here where we are missing that. I think we do directly compete with Atalanta, and that's the other thing. Our one guy, or our current guy, is still learning Italy. So we may have missed out on like good Italian prospects because of that in year one, and then maybe we got some decent guys there in year two. And so I don't know. I think expectations are pretty high, but I don't know that there's any upgrade we can necessarily make at that position. And then, like I said, I don't know if it matters with where everybody is. So we go super young again. So Stromberg is definitely going to be playing a bunch. Miranda is too. Madu is going to play a bunch, obviously. Cabrera is going to play a bunch. It doesn't... So also this thing doesn't really matter if anybody's like interested. This doesn't mean anything. I'm just like selecting guys that it makes sense to. It's not like, oh, now I have to register them next year or anything. We just have a really, really young team, to be honest. But like that's why like I haven't really cared about our like homegrown stuff. Because we just keep getting younger and younger. But you can see there, like, we really only had valid. Also, I apparently am registering Billy Jackson for some reason. I guess that doesn't mean if he ends up going out on loan or whatever, I have to then readjust that and add somebody else. But Celtic do get the Gustavo Santos loan. Kind of surprised that Celtic defensive midfielder didn't go anywhere. Karaseki. Malacio likes 5. I mean, I know Birkenbaum's been 5 forever. So Birkenbaum's going to switch to 2 to open up the 5. Florent Denis is going to make a switch down to 14. So Mino, I mean, that doesn't really matter. Adebayo can't be 13. Safil can't be, not that I want him to be 2 anyway. So I think he'll be 5. Adebayo will be 33. And Galbraith isn't a starter this year necessarily, so I'm just gonna go like 16 for him. So 1, 2. We're missing a 4, and then 10 is retired, so we can't do a 10. So the question is, does like Abdulev? Well, he's wearing a captain band now, isn't he? If I could see him. Why am I blind? Just gonna go one by one. Orestes. He's even got this nice big injury thing next to him. So Orestes will take the 4 beside Danilo Pekovic. And Abdulev, I think he'll stay at 30. Not for any particular reason, just because. The biggest change is probably Birkenbaum's. Wearing a different number, but opening it up for... Umaris now officially wants to be transferred. Man, I would love to be in that. I'd love to have enough money for that. But even if we had sold like Pekovic, like we would have had to sell Pekovic and Orestes to like just sign him. Yeah. I don't know, I'm not too scared about you, Frida. Guess maybe slightly. No, I'm gonna do this one. So Orestes will be out for the first game. Marco Carnesecchi will get to start. Abdulev. In the middle, Pekovic on the right, as that's our starting pair. And I do think Galbraith will get his first start on the left side, a less comfortable left side. I guess that brings up the interesting question, should Pekovic flip to left over Galbraith? They both have the reasonable left foot. Galbraith is still maybe lacking a little comfort. It will be Birkenbaum and Malacia. Madu in the box-to-box. Oh, Raska's injured. With Giovanni Miranda getting the start. So did this like change? This like feels weird. It's because I like added something. Oh, because I like added this. No, I didn't realize that it was like coming from. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset that to selection info then. I was like, that seemed like it was taking up so much space. I was like so confused. Midu, Miranda, and then Cueva up top, and then I kind of want to go and put Cabrera as like a choice above Stromberg. Part of me wants that. Objectively, what does he do better? So Stromberg's much more technically skilled. Cabrera's the better defensive player. Stromberg has the better vision and better physicals. They're very, very similar players, but overall it looks like Stromberg's got a couple of things maybe other than defense. Satriano, Frasca with then Denis, Barcelo, and Seville at the back. Oh, Miranda's tired. I guess it is what it is. Well, I guess we'll see if Frasca ends up being cleared, I guess is more what it is. And it's not really the game yet, but you have won the last 3 matches against Inter. Yeah, it's definitely something that could provide advantage, and we definitely want to get off to a good start. Giuffrida, he's an important player, but we have a plan. Degree, Brescia will die. Yeah, Madu is definitely crucial to the side. We'll work right up to the last moment, and we'll see. Yeah, I think we need to be patient with the Orestes. What do you make of the criticism from the player loaned out? I mean, absolutely nothing wrong with what we're doing. Everything else has been shown. These players want to be how they're taking the next steps in their career, and they have a fantastic opportunity they want to make the most of. Had an off-season to prepare. What's left is to kick off the campaign. I mean, we've also sold a lot, to be fair to us. I think preseason was good, and our development training has been phenomenal. I think we're off to a good start. Looking forward to getting the season underway. Can't wait. Itching to get out of there. You know, Napoli. Yeah, I don't really care about other people, how important are players like Cueva. Yeah, we rely on him as a team, and that's not about to change. Adulev. Yeah, I can't speak highly enough of him. He's outstanding. Clear idea in mind who you prefer. You know, I know the core of this team. Who could be found on. I have a strong core of players that will make up the majority, but it's not set in stones. We've earned a lot of praise for the attacking approach. That's the plan. We always strive for balance, but we want to attack, score goals. No, it's really for me to look. Who do you think will win Serie A? Us, baby. No, I still think, you know, they maybe lost some firepower, but I think they're looking to recoup it pretty fast. You just have to think that AC Milan, I've seen nothing over the past decade to indicate anything else. Yeah, I don't think they're strong in all departments and have a nicely balanced unit. I mean, do I think we can be right up there? Yes. But they're the team we're chasing. Juan Sforza moves back to Argentina, I believe, or at least Brazil. Back to South America. Kosar, yeah, he's not gonna get a senior contract. And so we get a little bit more money from that. So some guys moving around, bouncing around out there. Atalanta, see what Mitrovic is doing in real life and wanna go after that. Chris Meffin. Stromberg. Dulev. You know, with Stromberg being one of our top training players, because usually that's Cabrera. I mean, if Cabrera is like just behind on this list, I might still start Cabrera in the first game. Higor's release clause is set to expire, so I believe this is the guy. Isn't this the guy that, yeah, Milan are going after? Yeah, they've actually offered to meet that release clause. He's a really outstanding player. They're just so nasty, dude. They sell a guy. They sell a guy for 100 mil, and they're right back buying a guy for 100 mil. And in the same area. Like, even though they're, like, loaded in that area, they just, like, have all the attacking options, I feel like. Like, obviously, they're doing very well, so it's, like, there's nothing really to be critical of like... But it is kind of weird. It's like, I don't know, maybe buy a new wingback, or maybe buy a new center back with that money. Like, why do you need 8 attacking players? I don't know. It does look like Igor's, because I think they got, like, Cialba or whatever. It does look like Igor's maybe a little bit different than him. So I could see... Actually, I mean, his positioning isn't that good, but... I want to start off positive. We're at home, right? Yeah. And we'll see. Karnaseki, Pekovic, Abdulev, Galbraith, Birkenbaum, and Malasia, Madu, and I didn't get notification on Raska, did I? But it seems like Raska's maybe a little dinged up. Kind of unfortunately, to get Miranda up to sharpness, he's... You know what's weird? Just out of injuries, I might drop Oscar Cueva back. Even though he's not really comfortable there. And go Mino at the front, even though he's not really comfortable there yet. But he had a really good preseason. So maybe let's reward that. Oh, no, there is one thing I need to add here. Yeah, not a great week of training for Cabrera, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to start Satriano and Stromberg. And kind of reward that really nice training rating from Stromberg. And Satriano was kind of our best of the strikers last year. I do have a lot of faith in Cabrera, but, you know, you do look at it too, and Stromberg and him should be pretty equal. And do I have enough going on here? Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I should reset this after I go next time, though. But you can see, like, I mean, yes, it's 2 players kind of dinged up, Raska and Miranda, but you can see that we have to already do something a little weird in the midfield. But I think that gives us some flexibility, too. Yeah, I want to get off to a good start. So I'm going to give a little, like, I have faith. Opposition. I don't want to press Barella. Romas. Yeah, I mean, he is going to cross. Those guys don't look Like the typical, I mean, Zapasodi is starting. Yeah, I think they're doing that thing again. They did it to us last year, and it was pretty effective. They are just overloading the wings. Like, all of these guys are going to get forward, and they're going to have, like, a line of, like, 7 guys. And we just got to hope our defense can, like, somehow hold through that. But that's, like, committing anybody who's defensive-minded at all back. But we'll see. I want to stay positive. I do think we will drop to a standard to start. And I want to distribute short and do all the short things. Do I want to bring the passing down? I think I am going to bring the passing down, too. At least to start. First goal is crucial. Yes, we definitely want to score first. If we play the levels I know we're capable of, we'll be fine. Injuries happen. It's now a challenge for us to get on without him. It does thrust some players that maybe wouldn't have been in the starting lineup in here. Mino, the loanee from Chelsea, gets the start in the attacking midfield as Cueva drops into the central midfield. Galbraith replacing Orestes on the left side of this back three that was looking to be pretty set up outside of with Carboni moving on. How can Brescia handle an Inter squad that's looking to get back into it a little bit? You know what's really interesting is that their overlapping runs are insanely scary. Because the better players that they have are actually their wingbacks. Mino looking down from Malacia, who started this attack with a good one. He'll go to Satriano, and an early goal for Brescia. 46 minutes into the season, and they strike first. A brilliant build-up, and Malacia gets his first assist in his first start. Mino with the switch of play out there, and it was Malacia's defense that started it all. And then, yes, that back post for Martin Satriano, where he can be so deadly. Raspadori from a dangerous spot. Narrowly over the bar, but Carnesecchi either was very trustworthy of that or knew it all the way. Anthony Madu, who helped with a lot of corners last year. I mean, that man there, Danilo Pekovic, is the type of guy you want on that front line. Beats almost anyone to a ball. Early yellows for some of the new signings. Oh, nice play, Mino. And Stromberg, well, that's fine. But one-on-one chance for Stromberg, and he puts it well wide. Fouls aren't going crazy. I think that's the other thing to be worried about, although out of the 4 that we've committed, 2 of them have been yellow cards, which is a bit of a shame. Pekovic already a little tired. Cueva plays Malacia through. Satriano, you know, is going for goal. Can't really tell him to shoot less. He's a volume type guy. But yeah, I would have liked to see a pass there. Just head it back across, you know. Inter playing it long, which is interesting because they're controlling possession a little bit. So, like, you would think they'd maybe... Stromberg. Again in space. Another one-on-one opportunity. This time he hits the post. Cucurella clears Romes, looking to counter, sending Raspadori through, but Abdulev reads it better than the offensive player. Bekovic, dangerous touch back towards Madu. Switch of play to Malacia pushing forward. Already liking the way that we're getting him involved. And he looks to make a nasty cross that Stromberg needs to put home. Stromberg, Satriano, Malacia. As guys push up, Stromberg again. This time he can't do anything. Malacia gets a chance to shoot, but can't keep it down. The wingback having himself in a very, very fine debut, at least through the first half. 8 shots off target from Brescia. I mean, 7 shots on target, but we need to do a little bit better at that. But I'm liking the chances that are being generated, and we seem to be playing pretty solidly at the back. Even through some sustained what a ball. Birkenbaum's not going to win the race, but I like seeing that from Danilo Pekovic. Birkenbaum heads it back to Carnesecchi. Mino flips it up to Birkenbaum after he sends it back. Not a lot in the middle. Looks for Stromberg, who looks to head it across to Satriano. And his second goal. And his second header at the back post. Keeper kind of got caught out in no man's land, expecting maybe the shot from Stromberg, who does win the header. So could have been goalward. I do think he kind of has to do his due diligence. With the wide open header chance, but he just can't get back and cross for Satriano. You need the center back to do more, put more pressure there. But 2 early goals in both halves for Brescia as they look to keep the pressure on. Madu fighting for it. Barella able to help Cucurella out. Cucurella now pushing forward. Blocked. Birkenbaum. Up to Madu. Who just strides forward. He plays it off to Satriano, who goes for goal. And a brilliant hat trick on opening day. Martin Satriano. He's saying these kids that are chasing him behind Stromberg and Cabrera, not yet. It's not yet time. Satriano was brilliant last year and off to an incredible start against his original club, Inter. Abdulev is there. Florent Denis will get in. Abdulev. have him ease off tackles while I'm messing. Neither Cueva or Mino having a great day. I'll get Nordberg out for Madu. And I'll get Safil his debut in for Birkenbaum. So we're not really taking yellows off, but everybody's seemingly playing well. Cueva and Mino will stay. Nordberg trying to get some action in the box-to-box role. And Safil, who needs to get more comfortable stepping forward. Good opportunity to get a couple of those guys in. So we get some better players who were very important during preseason get their legs. Take them out with the game somewhat in hand. I think we'll do a little time wasting. I mean, I think that's pretty much all I want to do. I mean, maybe I'll just say slow the pace down, but I don't know if that's like good because they might press higher. But I guess if you slow it down and then they do press, then maybe he'll just kick it long or something, and that'll be okay. I guess I could also play for set pieces. I don't think that's really gonna do anything. I guess I could also not counter press. That would probably have been the big one. I could have even just taken it off, not necessarily gone to like regroup, but we'll go to regroup now. And the big signing, Giuffrida, in his debut for Inter this episode, he's found a little bit of space, but hasn't gotten much service as far as we've seen the young striker. Nordberg. Dangerous free kick location for Giuffrida. Getting a chance maybe for something they'll try. I guess I could also put Galbraith on the right side now. Hold on. Because I think Denis is good with both feet. I actually think he's stronger left-footed. Poor there from Seafill. Not comfortable yet. We know he's going to kind of have some growing pains. Not to be like, hey, Oscar Cueva, play deep lying playmaker. Satriano with a chance for 4 on opening day. The man scores goals. He was the top player last year, top striker. He didn't technically win the Golden Boot because we rotate so heavily. But I do think that he was leading everybody in minutes per goal. So had he played enough minutes, the expectation would have been Satriano winning and outscoring everybody. But he gets off to a pretty good start here. I don't remember how much we had in the first half, but 90-something minutes played, 4 goals. Can't ask for too much more than that from a star striker. A couple other takeaways here. I think Malassi had a great day. And while I don't think Cueva and Mino did anything too special, I think they both actually played very well in their roles. And this could be something we see a little bit more if we're really looking for that a spark, or like maybe like Giovanni Miranda has a flat game or some injuries, some things like that. It was nice to see that I thought Cueva was pretty decisive with his touches when he got them. Looking to move it fast, looking to keep the ball safe though too, and we just never gave Inter too many chances. A brilliant defensive performance, including a new signing, so that could be really, really good. I did see that I didn't think that was the strongest Inter squad, so I don't know if that's like they might just be weaker this year. Like maybe they did lose some players, but it did seem like their wingers were not the guys I expected to be there. Yeah, and I'm going to purposely call out a dominant performance on opening day for Satriano. I mean, really nice from Stromberg, really nice from the defense. All played well. Carnesecchi didn't have much to do, but did it well. And we put the pressure on everybody else. The first game of the season, a dominant performance from Brescia. Take note, Milan. Take note. If you didn't think second place was scary enough, can we, maybe put some pressure on them? Positive result that's gone well with you. I haven't decided that yet. How pleased. Absolutely superb outcome. And I expect we'll savor it for some time. Malacia, I do think was absolutely brilliant. I'm not going to say worth every penny, but if he continues to play like that, he got himself in a dangerous shooting position once. He put in some nice crosses. He made a really nice defensive play, and then he was the guy at the one byline, and then he made the cross at the other byline. Like, if he can do that, he's really, really impressive. And Abdullayev is going to be a starter for us, so fine by me on that one. Satriano's early goal was important for determining the output. Early goal helped so much, and I think it was significant. What a goal by Satriano. Yeah, worth the admission fee. And yeah, I would probably take Kylian Mbappe, but he's got that in his locker. Carnesecchi performance increased the interest. I don't want to talk about this right now. Honestly, I would love to just keep Carnesecchi, but if he wants to go, if Liverpool wants to that's the thing though. I am probably gonna decline the first offer from Liverpool, even if they come for him. It's always balanced, but we want to set our tempo and play on our terms. And I think before the next match, which I do think will... What did I start? Oh, I have been stopping at 11, right? I mean, I guess the Hellas Verona would give me maybe a little bit of time for doing some scouting. But I'm going to take a quick break, at least before Hellas Verona here. And be right back. maybe it's a little much. We'll see. This song is called Doubling Down, so it might just go ridiculous. Seems like it's kind of leading to that, yeah. Building. And if that's the drop, that's okay. Pedro Porro had a bad day. That's good news. I mean, he was probably the guy I was the most scared of, and then the entire thing. So, I just don't think that formation like maximizes them. You know, if that makes a lot of if that probably makes 0 sense, but. They're going after a new center back. Great. Who? Wait, hold on. No, actually, seriously, hold on. Who the hell is this? He's interesting. He's interesting. I don't like him. No, I don't like him. I mean, I guess if he develops, like, he could... Well... Because the thing is, like, a Mino... I mean, we might loan him again, but he might end up getting pulled from his team, right? We might make this move for 3.1. Yeah, I mean, I like Boyd. I think he's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I would love either one of the... Well, Miles isn't incredible, but... Sorry. Oh. It's got the loan listed. I mean, I think the thing is we would have to bring him in, and he would have to go out on loan. But it might be a decent potential backup option that might be more legitimate than Mino going into like the long-term future. So I kind of don't mind seeing what he might be. The thing that hurts, I think, particularly with like guys that loan, I think you want a good personality because you can't control it. So when it's just balanced, it does make me go, eh. I mean, I guess I could leave him on the squad because we are thin. in the midfield. He plays mostly you know, he would maybe mostly play U20 games, but he would just be under Satriano's mentoring group. I mean, the thing is, because he might just play Series C. I'm kind of interested in that, though. Just to kind of give us something. The question is kind of what to do with him after he comes here. He may want to go on loan to continue developing. That might be the one thing. Yeah, I mean, if hold on. Let me see. Yeah, they would want the loan move. I mean, we could try it. I'm not opposed to that. The maybe question mark of that is like an injury. 9 to 3 weeks. It's such a weird number. So they want his release clause. I mean, we're kind of just looking for a perennial backup. We're just looking for him to be a backup forever and ever and ever. 4.8 now. For a backup in like 3 seasons. I mean, yeah. I don't know. We may never see him in a Brescia shirt, but where? So what are you? Primera Nacional. Yeah, so he's just in like some random league. No. Future prospect, basically Verona prospect, fringe player. I mean, can I remove that promise? Yeah. Okay. Great. And then I'm willing to kind of do whatever. Just not that 10% raise, because I already mistakenly have got a couple guys on like 5%ers, but at least they're 5%ers. I think that's worth it. For the potential upside there. I think it's not a flashy move by any means, but I think the interesting question is, now that we've removed that option to loan, does he just come and sit here, play in the under 20s? I mean, I think he needs to play. Is kind of the issue. Elsewhere, we're not the only team to win by 4. Bologna, 5-1 victory behind an Iliev hat trick. Udinese win by 3. I didn't realize that they had St. Maximin. They probably have had him for a while, too. A hat trick central on opening week. Bonamelli with one. Milan win. Draw for Napoli and Torino. Roma lose. And Atalanta draws with Sassuolo. So I hold for like emergency depth, or do I loan? I mean, it might depend on when he comes out. Because the thing is, I would love to loan him to like other Italian clubs. Probably. And he might not get really Italian offers. So there might be something to be said. Just be on the senior team. Mostly play U20 matches. But learn. Get the right mentality under a Satriano. Whoa, whoa. Crossing, incredible. I mean, he might do other things that are... Nestor Velez wants to leave. The Ecuadorian. Could be a potential option if Carnesecchi leaves, but it does look like we would be losing out pretty heavily. The key position's not so much. I mean, I think that'd be a pretty big dip for us. He does have higher potential. Dane Scarlett. Everton making an offer to get him back into the Premier League. Malacia Madu Satriano. Dane Scarlett doing really, really well. I mean, I know they sold a guy for 100 mil, but they just immediately... Yep. We'll get a 22-year-old who's just as good. And actually, you know what? Who did they sell? Keane. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what role they're necessarily asking. I think that they had Keane play all over the front line. So in terms of physicals, I mean, Keane's got 19 natural fitness. Like he was gonna be Ciro Immobile level. You know, like 35, 36. Moises Keane was gonna still be doing, or Moise Keane. I'm actually not sure. Anyway, is gonna be. Incredible. I mean, Igor, even considering that as like the maximum, I mean, Igor is going to be 28 at that point down the road. So, I guess it's not too bad. And he's 22, so remember, he can get better, whereas Keane is probably mostly only going to get worse. Mentally, which I do think is one of those things that kind of grows the whole time. I think it's like physicals, then technicals, then mentality. And he has a much higher technical ceiling outside of finishing. And I do think Keane was a striker for them too. He was kind of one of their front three. I think Igor's more of the attacking midfielder, I would think. But yeah, all technical skills. Better than Keane. But I think your question is maybe mentality. He's got better vision. So he's going to be a better distributor, sitting back a little bit. But maybe missing some of these other things. Concentration, the big one, probably, in particular. But overall, very, very similar player there. And actually, he probably fits in better as he's the heir apparent to Brahim Diaz, probably. And Diaz, I think I've seen him play on the wing, but yeah, he's their Brahim Diaz replacement. That's what he is. He is even more physically. He's prime physically gifted Brahim Diaz. Even his mentals are not as good, but like honestly, like that's reachable. Concentration on another 4 might be reachable for this guy. 22. Maybe not, but he's just Brahim Diaz. And for those of you who don't know, Brahim Diaz. Yeah, I think they wouldn't have necessarily let me adjust that budget. Ooh. Maybe a little lower than we were hoping when we actually get him here. That's a shame. That's a shame. Damn, that's a miss. I think that changes things. I think I need him to prove it to me that he can play. Because I was thinking if he had the really, really high potential, you know, maybe getting it early, the, like, resolute personality or something could be huge for him. If we could, like, really work it up. Yeah, you see, his transfer value did not really bump up. Shop him. I want him an important player. Anywhere. Well, I mean, he's kind of got a significant salary, but that's even more likely, like, somebody's not going to want to pick him up. Anywhere in Italy. Oh, does remind me of my set piece takers. It's been a minute. Corners, Madu, Abdulev, Abdulev. Madu, Malancia, Raska. No. Madu either side. I honestly kind of think Malacia either side too. I don't. Yeah, I'm almost thinking kind of like this. Like Raska's like almost a 1-to-1 replacement of Madu. So we don't change up a lot of things, or it's not getting super confusing. One of those guys should be on the field at all times. I guess there are times where maybe we double up and then, sure, like Malacia, Miranda. Yeah, right-footed. We just don't have a lot of guys that are like... taking an in-swinger, you know? And then Barcelo. Sure. Throw-ins should be Malacia, Barcelo, Denis. I think, yeah, that's fine. On the right side would be Sefil, Birkenbaum, and then Nordberg's likely to play there, and I guess we could see Oscar Cueva. Free kicks. Yeah, Minu's actually pretty good, huh? So direct, I think we'll go Satriano. What was that order? Satriano, Nordberg, Mino. Left side, I'm going to step up Cabrera. Madu, although, yeah, Madu's long shots are really nice, but he didn't score any last year either. And then Mino can take with either foot. And then I would say Oscar Cueva. Andrade. That's interesting. Yeah, Satriano actually only has an 8. Nordberg, Mino, Satriano. Yeah, I think Cabrera, Madu, Mina, and Cueva. Cueva's also good. And then indirect wide. Yeah, this is probably just like Madu, Raska. Madu, Raska, Cueva. I think I'll put... Honestly, I think I'll put both Mino and Cueva kind of on each side. And indirect deep would probably be like the same crew. Nordberg, Mino. Oh, indirect deep, they like go with the same. I'm going to take the strikers off. Mino, Cueva, and Raska. And then I think... and I'll do it like that. One of those three guys. Well, that's essentially saying like a midfielder is on the field. Can take the indirect deep kick. So that's how we'll set up. In the Champions League, Dinamo Zagreb moves forward. Red Bull Salzburg, Young Boys, Benfica holds on, and Marseille. Pretty good set of teams. And we get a nice 20K. Do we get that now? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe like over the course of the year. Could ask for more. I just don't think they would actually give me much budget. I think it would be one of those situations that you see all the time on like Reddit or whatever, where it's like, hey, here's your new budget. $10,000. Leipzig go after Schlotterbach even after he said he wanted to stay. Interesting. We're a second seed? Oh, I see why the expectations are a little higher. We're a second seed? I mean, we've been here. We've been consistent. We finished second in Serie A. I don't remember where we were last year, but so none of this will be us. I think you kind of hope for probably Feyenoord or Hoffenheim. Group C or D. We will not be in Group H. Heavy hitters there. I think that was the other thing I didn't say. I think I forgot to show it at the end of Season 9. Man City beat Man United to be the UEFA champions. To be the champions of the champions. We could win that. We could win that. We could win that. We could win that, boys. I mean, I don't know. We might get some tougher third groups, like if we're a second seed. But I think you would have said Group C or D. I know Hoffenheim. They've been spending some money, but you didn't want to be in any of this mess. Milan gets a somewhat favorable draw against, Ajax is good, but they're, not quite the same as Serie A. Benfica. Inter get a favorable draw too, I would say. Valencia. Munich might be kind of tough. We would have liked Club Brugge. There it is. Newcastle drawn. Couldn't have been Celtic, Galatasaray, Porto. And we get a decent, and then Marseille. I mean, I still think we'd have to feel like we're better than them. But it isn't like we got Gladbach or Moscow or anything like that either. This is I think this is going to be a very competitive group. And I mean, which I guess leaves you a little bit of room for error, but if like everybody's drawing everybody, it could be maybe a little difficult. Look, I mean, there's still... David Gomez, he's really good. Wow, I can't believe Inter let him go. And they play a system where he would be perfect. Why did they let him go? Whatever. Mitrovic. Oh, that was a different Mitrovic. I see. And he looks decent-ish, too, the Serbian. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, you know, we're clicking through here. Yeah, there's just not a ton of appearance information. But you're not seeing any of those guys that have that, like, 5-star would outclass my entire team type guy. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's a really nice striker, though. Really nice. He's incredibly dangerous. Like, look at the speed. Decisions, composure. When he gets a chance, he's gonna take it and be very, very successful. I'm surprised this guy doesn't score like 600, doesn't score a goal a game. But this is the first time he's up with Hoffenheim. So, can't quite tell how he does with a decent squad around him, potentially. But you have to think that we could beat this squad, right? They should be looking at our team going, huh? Newcastle, I think, is the big question mark. How have they built? That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. When we want every single player there. Fernando Blanco is one of the best young. He's nasty too, dude. Christian Romero. He's nasty. A couple of ex with Demirol and Romero, a couple ex Serie A guys. Dest, pretty solid, can play anywhere. They have Yusuf Demir. They have Gavi. Villar. Dwight McNeil. It's pretty solid. Marcos Vinicius. Not a lot of... Still gets his goals. Not the pure finisher, but then they have Alexander Isak beside him, who scored 33 goals last year. 35 in all competitions. Probably part of the reason they're in that position at all is how good Isak has been. So I would say Newcastle's got a very, very good chance, and I would say that we should be at least a little scared of Newcastle. So we got to take care of business against Hoffenheim, even though they're the higher ranked opponent. We have to take care of business against Hoffenheim. And then finally we picked up Marseille. And I have to think, yeah, I'd have to think we're better. Brenner's, he's pretty good. A lot of good strikers in this. Bergwijn, he's a little older. but he's still good. Couple ex-Spurs, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. I mean, still very, very good defensively. And then they pair him with like a somewhat good offense. Brian Heel, they love the Spurs guys. Spursy, dude. Look at him, my boy. So interesting. Then they have Matty Cash. Balderini. I also looking at these guys, we need to take care of business here. We're better than them. Oh, Vitor Neto, an ex-Brescia loanee for a moment, is now in Marseille. I kind of forgot about that. I still... We're not guaranteed first out of that group. But I think you would have to think we should come out on top. Yeah, they say Hoffenheim's going to prove Stern. I mean, I don't disagree, right? I don't disagree, but I think I like my chances. I'm also going to save after that draw. Just because it's been a little bit. So I think we will do the Hellas Verona game. It'll give me time to do any like last minute scouting, potentially. Juventus one. And we will do the press conference for that. What do you think about that? I think we have to... I'm excited there are no easy matches, but yeah, I mean, I still think we're all like close. I think if you looked at all this group, you would probably think, oh, that's a close group. It's a tight group. I always aim for the stars, so we want to win the group. I think we can. I think Orange Velodrome. It's a magnificent venue. Hopefully we could do ourselves justice. Say tough. Yeah, I think we're just gonna say we're gonna prepare. Italy's represented. I think there's a chance. There's always a chance, but it's not going to come easy. I mean, Milan's been disappointing in the competition the last couple of years, really getting dominated by English clubs. We need to, and Italy needs to do better as a whole. I mean, it's an interesting draw, but I still think they're one of the best teams there. They're a genuine contender. Yeah, I do. I think that they're sneaky, even though they're third. We definitely just because we somehow jumped up to second to the second group doesn't mean we're better than them. Brescia's last meeting was a while ago. I don't want to make predictions. It's not that long ago. Went over Hellas Verona. Gets, yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to beat guys close to you. Considering making any changes, you don't want to discuss tactical details. Do you agree? Who say the series? Can't wait for it. Just like the supporters in that regard. How much work do you have to do to get rally? I personally relish these encounters if you're in the wrong job, if you don't get fired up. I don't want to get drawn into that. I'm only focused on doing the best job we can. As much as I can. And I do think, I do want to get 15 games or so. Pressure all on Brescia. Could be. Keep you around. Yeah. Can keep you around. Can keep you around. Reynad. It's getting interest. Another elite English winger. I'm a little concerned that this is like happening. But yeah, that deal would not really be favorable for the now. Like, we couldn't replace Karnaseki for that. Yeah, I can't replace him. I don't know. Maybe I could look to like Lone North. I don't know. We'll see how crazy they come. That could be some deadline day madness. Oh my god, they come back, huh? So North, I think, is the only guy that's like, whoops, available. That I think would be comparable. Just off of like the top of my head, I can also look at this, but maybe we kind of save this for after the Hellas Verona. I need to think on it. So North is very similar athletically, little weaker, but better balance. I don't know if any of that matters. Mentally, he's not as good, but obviously he's 24, so that's definitely something he's lesser at. Not great vision. That's probably the biggest weakness, is vision. He's got kind of similar to Karnaseki in the other key stats, though worse overall. Better reflexes, better throwing. His rushing out and punching tendencies are higher. Passing similar, but a little lower. One-on-one's a little lower. Worse kicking. Better overall handling. Much worse first touch. That's the other big one. And a slightly lower command of area, but he actually has legitimate aerial reach. The thing is, would they even be willing to, like... Oh, they have him listed as number 1? Oh, never mind. We might not be getting North. Oh, Ramsdale's still there. I don't know if we would have enough transfer budget. for the mandatory future. I mean, maybe we can negotiate that part to be like a little less upfront. This is probably what I would lean to do. We'd pay a lot of money this year for North. He'd be interested in coming here. And we would have to buy him at the end of it. I can try to reduce that as much as I can. I don't think we are going to just get 40 million handed into our budget next year, you know? And I honestly don't know what happened, so they just like cancel the transfer at that point. If you can't do it. So selling Karnaseki now essentially gets us the loan for Andrew North in. He has high potential. He doesn't like big matches, though, which definitely concerns me. He would adapt well, but would maybe struggle in the dressing room. He also somehow, I'm still confused, doesn't count as non-EU. So we could still have a non-EU signing somewhere in there. Somehow. And I guess that would extend the thing about Karnaseki, and the only thing that's really concerned me. Ooh, that's another key thing, though. Just professional. But it is something. Some leadership. Too. Not a great teamwork guy. But we did name Orestes over him. So we aren't losing a captain. I think the only other thing is so if we sell him for 13, or yeah, we're essentially getting 13 off of Karnaseki at the now. And North is gonna want I don't know if I know how much he would be. Like, I'm just wondering if we could sign him straight up. Like, if I would make the risk of the sale and then sign him straight up and negotiate that deal. I don't, because what? So Karnaseki would get 13 plus we'd have the 5 from his salary, but we would probably want to turn that most to salary. So we'd have like 20 million up front. I mean, we could do a similar deal, like 20 million now and 20 million in the future, and then maybe even with like the 50%. So we could do that. the question kind of just becomes, is he the guy? So actually, he'd want a salary pretty close. So it's not salary. It's essentially the 13 plus the like a 13 that we have here. Even though I don't think I'm allowed to take that 13, I am allowed to throw something in the transfer budget. So 9 plus 13 be 20. So if we can do 20 straight up for Andrew North, and then like with a bunch of future clauses and stuff. I mean, he looks like he has the same weaknesses as North. Yeah. Karnaseki is straight up better than Velez. Yeah. North's straight up better. I mean, they're very similar, but then shot stopping is insanely important to me. So it wouldn't be Velez, it would be North. And yeah, and then Moreno has a big weakness. He does have the resolute personality. How big is the doesn't like big matches? How big is the doesn't like big matches? Because he plays, he walks in, he's our starting goalkeeper, he's the guy that we're trying to develop. Honestly, we probably then don't develop Adebayo. We probably just play Andrew North in every game. I mean, we don't have to necessarily, but maybe to get him some like better performances, we need to play him against weaker opponents. That's a tough decision. Because I'm not sold that Karnaseki is like the best goalkeeper, you know? I think he's fine. There's no negatives really for him, but he's also, I think I would also say he's made 2 or 3 mistakes a season that are somewhat costly. You know? The other question, our staff is always projects a guy lower. So it's not really guaranteed North is going to be better than Karnaseki. They might be very similar. I mean, the question, I guess, is like, But there's nobody that's really, like, guaranteed to be higher, right? So I think the question then maybe becomes, can we like, does that even put us close? Something like that. I can't sign someone first. Or, like, I would have to loan. And I don't think the loan is, like, super favorable for us. I'd rather try to get the deal done. So what I might do is just stall this offer. Fuck. The whole hope is that North is eventually gets slightly better than Karnaseki. Right now he's slightly worse. Okay. Oh, so theirs was ending that day. That's why I couldn't stall it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's really going to be on international duty. But if you need to play and you're not there on international duty yet, I guess I should withdraw. I mean, they were willing for the 2020. I guess maybe I shouldn't reject that offer. I shouldn't have actually hit the reject button. Because that could screw us, actually. Like, if Liverpool comes. This took a lot longer to get here. I mean, I don't mind pushing through to the second game and to potentially the end. I mean, that was a big decision, and apparently I did actually have to make it then. Why'd they wait till deadline day to do that? Like, if they would have just given me, like, a week earlier, and, like, I could have figured some things out, potentially, and, like, I wouldn't have been opposed. Hey, 40K! As Burnaby moves on after a pretty disappointing stint, as far as I understand. Yeah, he didn't really have a lot of success at Tottenham. Never really got an opportunity. Like, honestly, should have stayed here at Brescia. Although I bought Ruscieri right behind him, so who had a brilliant season, so you know. It is what it is. Yeah, I wonder if Umaris is going to be in, like, position to go after, like, next year. Like, should I be, like, planning on selling, like, everybody to sign Umaris? I mean, I think he's that good. He's probably the best left back in the game. Well, I probably don't know the best left back in the game, but probably for his age and what he still could be. Yeah, team selection. Orestes can jump back up here. Galbraith training well, but get Orestes a game. Pekovic, Abdulev. I'm actually going to give, I mean, as of right now, we're training Adebayo. As of right now. Yeah, we'll let Safil get maybe a little bit more used to it. I do kind of want to just, like, break out the starters. Cueva gonna jump up. No offense to Mino, but we will get Peter Raska out there. I'm gonna get Cabrera a game too. So a couple changes, nothing too important. We're still fielding a pretty strong team in front of Adebayo. We're getting Raska back into the starting lineup. And then we're just going to go with Cabrera. Over Stromberg, because I want them all to play. I mean, early indications seem like Satriano is going to hold on to his spot. I was kind of hoping that the kids could pressure him this year, but we will. The wing backs we'll press and show on to weaker foots. We were impressive against Inter. We have to carry that confidence. It's Derby Day. Yeah, we live for as fans. I think it's a great place, and the atmosphere is strong. We have to build up some of that support as we're getting new top guys taking over the leadership positions, but should be pretty good. Adebayo will get his debut today. Probably the most surprising change since Brescia's win. Oscar Cueva making a surging run to start the match. Oh, you know, there's one thing too. We played it last time, and I kind of want to do it again. Just that little... Don't pass quite as long today. We might have to hit him. I think we might have to do something out of that. Either hitting it long or moving it faster. With just how defensive they're set up. But I'm kind of hoping the quality comes through. Maybe a set piece goal or something. Pekovic looking for Satriano. And a close one. Birkenbaum with the throw. Trying for everybody to team up. Birkenbaum going to stay with it. Cueva, Madu. And back to Pekovic. Matu goes for goal. Orestes will jump up. Malacia had a very nice debut. Can he continue that with a good performance here? Peter Raska, after his injury. Very long range header from the wing back there. Cueva. Satriano on the backside. A nasty cross from Oscar Cueva. And Satriano, for his third time already this year, knocks one in at the far post on a cross. That was a nasty cross there. Keeper with no chance. Little set piece goal is kind of what I'm talking about. Satriano close again. Karamoa jumps out, looking for Rosa. Ooh, gets it played back into a little bit of space, but I think Brescia's defense did pretty well. Look how far back their defenders are sitting. What was that, Satriano? You had all day. All kinds of space and decides to just head it back to no man's land. Cabrera gonna chip it forward. Birkenbaum. Looking for room down the right. Finds Satriano. Cabrera's wide open on the back post. A header with a low XG chance. Pekovic, Cabrera. There to knock it in. This time, Pekovic finds him with the header. And 2 set piece goals for Brescia. I mean, they're putting the pressure on, but a lot of crosses, maybe not a lot of high XG chances, but they're generating well off of these set pieces. Dangerous spot. Raska gathers, and he'll go all the way back to Stefan Birkenbaum, the wingback, presses forward. Danilo Pekovic in kind of the wingback spot right now. And he'll put in a good cross. Cabrera puts it home. His second of the game. And Pekovic with a brilliant cross. That's why I wanted him in the wide areas, because I think he's got the legitimate talent to drop some of these. I'd almost like to see him get into these spaces more and drop more like that. But these early crosses to Cabrera and Stromberg running in behind, but it is what it is. Cognate. Calabrese. Giustini. Birkenbaum now. Satriano on the backside again. It's off the post. It could have been number 2 for Satriano. Madu. Pekovic nods it onto Abdulev, who goes to Orestes. The center backs teaming up in the box. The flick on from Pekovic to get that all started. And Birkenbaum covers for him on the backside. Yeah, Pekovic is just so good. We'll leave him on. Abdulev getting complacent. I'll get Galbraith out there. I'll get Barcelo. And Rask is feeling a little complacent, so we'll go back to Giovanni Miranda. Barcelo, Pekovic. Birkenbaum whips it hard. Cueva puts some pop behind it, and Birkenbaum will get an assist. And more like it. Another dominant performance from Brescia. If you didn't think Hellas Verona, remember, surprised some guys last year, finished in a pretty good spot in the upper half. And Brescia will take their time now. Pekovic flips it wide to Miranda. He's been distributing all day. Galbraith has a go from long range, but gets blocked and out for a throw. Brescia will surely take their time. Satriano in a dangerous position. He has himself a go. Barcelo striding forward now. He'll whip it in. Satriano heads it. Enough on it from the keeper. I think it looked a little goofy. Looked like it came off the post, but I don't think that's what it meant. And Satriano now heads this one high. Another nasty cross from Birkenbaum. And I wish I saw that more from him. I mean, he was in all kinds of space to get that one off today. looked easy, as it should for Brescia. Allowed 2 shots. One was on target. Adebayo made the save. Yeah, it was a really nice performance. Came through. Danilo Pekovic with a brilliant game. Had the header on the corner. Dropped in a brilliant pass. Both to Maximiliano Cabrera, finishing them off. Turned into an extra long stream for Labor Day, but I think we'll stop it here right after this game. Off to a brilliant start for us. Milan still have yet to play, so I guess we'll go through this weekend as much as possible. I mean, yeah, I will say the joy to behold. That was a brilliant ball on that second assist. Your unbeaten run now stands at 10 league matches. I'm delighted it's never easy to go away from home and get a result. Oh, that's our away run. The boys are playing really well. How much did you enjoy Oscar Cueva's performance? I'm pleased. How are things before you and Liverini? I think we've become good friends. I always look forward to seeing him. I don't think there's any negatives there. I do want to go back to this. And Arestis and Raska unavailable. The others can play though. Yeah, I think we're done. Dominant performance. Had the momentum the whole time. Down the right side, we were going after it, which is really interesting because we were so strong down the left side in the Inter match. Adaptable, but it's becoming less sporting. Yeah, we have a bunch of guys that love to just like beat up on each other. Satriano is an early goal of the month candidate. Well, not candidate, he won it. Edison Jose continues to do well, and as nobody has come for him, the 20-year-old Brazilian at Celtic. Serie A spent $1 billion behind 300 million from Milan. Also big spending from Fiorentina this year. Who did they pick up? Am I gonna recognize it just from looking at their squad? No. No, I am not. I just bought like a lot of little guys. They got Shakhtar Omar, Simonome, Jose Cardoso. Interesting. A nice little window for them. They spent some good money. Around. It's gotten a lot of different guys. Also, doing some work, bringing in a couple guys on like a free. Although they look more like prospects. Board. I know nobody can see what I'm doing with my hand and what I'm looking at on the screen. You kidding me? They have outspent themselves on transfers the last 3 seasons. Like, so this is also like 150, right? So they've spent like $450 million or so over the last 3 seasons. And have sold a total of like, I don't know, I guess that's 50. But they sold like 8 million this year, so at least so far. Like, that's nowhere close. What's Milan's look like? See, like, at least Milan, like, I guess Milan was also doing that. But maybe that's the point. Maybe that's something to be a little bit worried about with Fiorentina. You see a team like Milan's kind of been spenders. They sold that year. But then big spender. Then they had to kind of balance the books a little bit, but they spent enough to kind of keep it, and they've outspent, but at at least a more reasonable pace. Oh, they did also get rid of I saw the bid come in, but I did not realize they got rid of. So he did go to Chelsea. So this is the other guy that they're losing. But yeah, so I don't know. That purchase for... Who is that? Basilo? Oh, he's also an inverted winger. So they move on from 2 attackers and they bring in 2 more attackers that are 22 and 23. They're unstoppable. They're so scary. Guess I'm pushing this one all the way to midnight. So, I mean, that's what, He's on loan, he's doing well, that's what we want to see. It's the first month. Couple of games. Abdullah gets his salary hike. The exact same amount of season tickets sold. I think it's been at least that way for at least 3 seasons, as long as we've been building this new stadium. And unfortunately, we didn't get to take advantage of the new stadium. So, yeah, Pekovic has just been here forever. Karnaseki's there. Orestes jumps in for Pekovic. Cueva, Birkenbaum, Madu. I mean, those are great players, I think, to be there. Cabrera and Raska are also influential for some of these young guns. Braldi. So I don't think we're going to quite see Match Week 2 because the deadline day is going to take a little too long. So I don't think we'll see all the games. Oh no, we will. So then on the other side, Torino win over Bologna. Iliev off to a pretty hot start. Atalanta win. Milan allowed to, but their new man Igor scores. Tonali scores. Leao adds. They scored twice in extra time to win the game. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Sampdoria win. Roma draw. Juventus draws against Lazio. And Parma beat Sassuolo. And a tough start for Hellas Verona. Sorry, boys. If they don't recover from that, might be our fault. So we'll stop right there. So I think on Thursday the plan is to get back into BioShock. I'm somewhat maybe considering it a restart on BioShock. Just because it has been so long, maybe I need that like refresh. But I don't know if I want to do that. I kind of would almost even just like to play another game and then maybe come back to play all of the BioShocks at a later date. But I'm not quite sure. We'll see how we're feeling. Potentially we could do something else. I just think like right now, I think the other game I'm kind of interested in would be like a RimWorld or something, or maybe like a Civ 6 game. But I think RimWorld in particular would be. I don't have a lot of mods for that, and so I'd probably spend the next 3 days trying to like figure out something that maybe possibly would work for that. And so I think I need to give myself a little bit more time because you just never know with that. And then for And then for Saturday, we'll get back into Brescia Year 10. I don't want to just stream this all the time, though. I am hoping to get like 2 more years done before it's all said and done, potentially. But not sure. We don't have much to do on deadline day. And then we have some international break. So what I might do, again, just to kind of speed things along, is maybe simulate through some of these things. Especially when it falls on an opening like this. If I could just spend that, like, hour of my time simming through it over the board, over the stream time, I think I would rather do that. But I think today's stream was really, really successful. We made we wheeled and dealed a little bit in the transfer window. I think the one thing I am worried about is Carnesecchi actually leaving. Like if Liverpool was waiting for the last day, which I think their day matches our day. Can I see transfer window? For like England? Like, is this everybody that's transfer deadline is today? No, because Spain's should be closed. Where do I check that? Monday, September 2nd at 11 p.m. So Liverpool could make a last-minute push for Carnesecchi. I think if he does, we will look towards Andrew North. I've potentially fucked that up though by rejecting that thing. I should have maybe just not responded to that at all. But maybe with some of the transfer deadline day nonsense, maybe we can get an offer back in, or maybe at worst case like a loan offer for Andrew North. I could see that being the one thing, but honestly, if it's a last minute thing from Liverpool, I'm probably gonna say like we have to sign a replacement player first or something. And then if we still want to do it in January, I think we can do it in January. The one thing I'm worried about North is that he's not actually going to get better than Karnaseki. I mean, I think he could slightly, but I think we might be talking about not even full point values. I think we might be talking about like, my shot stopping, or like some of my shot stopping stats are like 0.2 better than where Karnaseki's are. And so I think it could be really, really tight. He's young, so he's not really in his prime yet, so we'd have time to build up to it. So maybe if he was playing a lot, and he is an international, it could be. But that is probably my only hesitancy, but I do think he is the best available player right now. So that could be the one thing that happens. And if so, the title of the stream is probably Marco is gone. Andrew North, is in. But yeah. So that could be the most major thing that happens on deadline day, but I think it would take a little too long. And then with the international break right after it, I think I'll handle it before the next stream on Saturday. Stay posted on Twitter and anything. If I'm just like not feeling something else on Thursday, then I'll probably just be like, hey, we're going to keep rolling on this Brescia season. I am really excited with how things have started. 2 4-0 victories with dominant defensive performances. It's kind of what I want to see. So, thanks for anybody who stopped in today. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Peace.